Chapter number 1 of the Posy Ring, a book of verse for children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Posy Ring, a book of verse for children by various authors. Chapter 1. A Year's Windfalls. Who comes dancing over the snow? His soft little feet all bare and rosy. Open the door, through the wild winds blow. Take the child in and make him cozy. Take him in and hold him dear. He is the wonderful glad New Year. Diana M. Mullock. Marjorie's Almanac. Robins in the treetop, blossoms in the grass, green things a growing everywhere you pass. Sudden little breezes, showers of silver dew, black bough and bent twig, budding out anew. Pine tree and willow tree, fringed elm and larch. Don't you think that May time's pleasanter than March? Apples in the orchard, mellowing one by one, strawberries upturning, soft cheeks to the sun, roses faint with sweetness, lilies fair of face, drowsy scents and murmurs, haunting every place, lengths of golden sunshine, moonlight bright as day. Don't you think that summer's pleasanter than May? Roger in the corn patch, whistling negro songs. Pussy by the hearthside, romping with the tongs. Chestnuts in the ashes, bursting through the rind. Red leaf and gold leaf, rustling down the wind. Mother doin' peaches, all the afternoon. Don't you think that autumn's pleasanter than June? Little fairy snowflakes, dancing in the flue. Old Mr. Santa Claus, what is keeping you? Twilight and firelight, shadows come and go. Merry chime of sleigh bells, tinkling through the snow. Mother knitting stockings, pussy's got the ball. Don't you think that winter's pleasanter than all? Thomas Bailey Aldrich. In February. The birds have been singing today, and saying, the spring is near. The sun is as warm as in May, and the deep blue heavens are clear. The little bird on the boughs of the sombre snow laden pine thinks, where shall I build me my house, and how shall I make it fine? For the season of snow is past, the mild south wind is on high, and the scent of the spring is cast from his wing as he hurries by. The little birds twitter and cheep to their loves on the leafless larch, but 7 feet deep the snow wreaths sleep, and the year hath not worn to March. John Addington Symonds. March. The cock is crowing, the stream is flowing, the small birds twitter, the lake doth glitter, the green field sleeps in the sun. The oldest and youngest are at work with the strongest. The cattle are grazing, their heads never raising. There are 40 feeding like one. Like an army defeated, the snow hath retreated, and now doth fare ill. On the top of the bare hill, the plowboy is whooping, anon, anon. There's joy on the mountains, there's life in the fountains. Small clouds are sailing, blue sky prevailing. The rain is over and gone. William Wordsworth. Nearly ready. In the snowing and the blowing, in the cruel sleet, little flowers begin their growing far beneath our feet. Softly taps the spring, and cheerily, "Darlings, are you here?" Till they answer, "We are nearly, Nearly ready, dear." "Where is Winter, with his snowing? Tell us, Spring," they say. Then she answers, "He is going on his way. Poor old Winter does not love you, but his time is past. Soon my birds shall sing above you, set you free at last." Mary Mapes Dodge. Spring Song. Spring comes hither, buds the rose, roses wither, sweet spring goes. Summer soars, wide winged day, white light pours, flies away. Soft winds blow, westward borne, onward go, toward the morn. George Eliot. In April, the poplar drops beside the way, its tasseled plumes of silver gray. The chestnut pouts its great brown buds, impatient for the laggard May. The honeysuckles lace the wall, the hyacinths grow fair and tall, and mellow sun and pleasant wind and odorous bees are over all. Elizabeth Acres. Spring. The alder by the river shakes out her powdery curls, the willow buds in silver for little boys and girls. The little birds fly over, and oh, how sweet they sing, to tell the happy children that once again 'tis spring. The gay green grass comes creeping so soft beneath their feet, the frogs begin to ripple, a music clear and sweet. And buttercups are coming, and scarlet columbine, and in the sunny meadows the dandelions shine. And just as many daisies as their soft hands can hold, the little ones may gather, all fair in white and gold. Here blows the warm red clover, there peeps the violet blue. O happy little children, God made them all for you. Celia Thaxter. The Voice of Spring. I am coming, I am coming. Hark, the little bee is humming. See, the lark is soaring high in the blue and sunny sky. And the gnats are on the wing, wheeling round in airy ring. See, the yellow catkins cover all the slender willows over, and on the banks of mossy green starlight primroses are seen, and their clustering leaves below white and purple violets blow. Hark, the newborn lambs are bleating, and the cawing rooks are meeting in the elms, a noisy crowd, all the birds are singing loud, and the first white butterfly in the sunshine dances by. Look around thee, look around, flowers in all the field abound. Every running stream is bright, all the orchard trees are white, and each small and waving shoot promises sweet flowers and fruit. Turn thine eyes to earth and heaven, God for thee the spring has given, taught the birds their melodies, clothed the earth, and cleared the skies. For thy pleasure or thy food, pour thy soul in gratitude. Mary Howitt. The Coming of Spring. There's something in the air that's new and sweet and rare, a scent of summer things, a whir as if of wings. There's something too that's new in the color of the blue that's in the morning sky before the sun is high. And though on plain and hill 'tis winter, winter still, there's something seems to say that winter's had its day. And all this changing tint, this whispering stir and hint Of bud and bloom and wing is the coming of the spring, and tomorrow or today the brooks will break away from their icy, frozen sleep, and run and laugh and leap. And the next thing in the woods, the catkins in their hoods of fur and silk will stand, a sturdy little band, and the tassels soft and fine of the hazel will entwine, and the elder branches show their buds against the snow, so silently but swift, above the wintry drift, the long days gain and gain, until on hill and plain, once more and yet once more, returning as before, we see the bloom of birth make young again the earth. Nora Perry. May. May shall make the world anew, golden sun and silver dew, money minted in the sky, shall the earth's new garments buy. May shall make the orchards bloom, and the blossoms fine perfume, shall set all the honey bees murmuring among the trees. May shall make the bud appear like a jewel crystal clear, mid the leaves upon the limb, where the robin lilts his hymn. May shall make the wild flowers tell where the shining snowflakes fell, just as though each snowflake's heart, by some secret, magic art, were transmuted to a flower in the sunlight and the shower. Is there such another, pray? Wonder making month of May. Frank Dempster Sherman. Spring and summer. Spring is growing up. Is not it a pity? She was such a little thing, and so very pretty. Summer is extremely grand. We must pay her duty. But it is to little spring that she owes her beauty. All the buds are blown, trees are dark and shady. It was spring who dressed them, though, such a little lady. And the birds sing loud and sweet their enchanting histories. It was spring who taught them, though, such a singing mistress. From the glowing sky, summer shines above us. Spring was such a little dear, but will summer love us? She is very beautiful, with her grown-up blisses. Summer we must bow before, spring we coast with kisses. Spring is growing up, leaving us so lonely. In the place of little spring, we have summer only. Summer with her lofty airs and her stately faces, in the place of little spring, with her childish graces. A. Summer days. Winter is cold-hearted. Spring is yea and nay. Autumn is a weathercock, blown every way. Summer days for me, when every leaf is on its tree, when robin's not a beggar, and Jenny Wren's a bride, and larks hang, singing, 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 over the wheat fields wide, and anchored lilies ride, and the pendulum spider swings from side to side, and blue-black beetles transact business, and gnats fly in a host, and furry caterpillars hasten, that no time be lost, and moths grow fat and thrive, and ladybirds arrive, before green apples blush, before green nuts embrown. Why, one day in the country is worth a month in town, is worth a day and a year of the dusty, musty, lag-last fashion that days drone elsewhere. Christina G. Rossetti. September. The goldenrod is yellow. The corn is turning brown. The trees in apple orchards with fruit are bending down. The gentian's bluest fringes are curling in the sun. In dusty pods the milkweed its hidden silk has spun. The sedges flaunt their harvest in every meadow nook, and asters by the brookside make asters in the brook. From dewy lanes at morning the grapes' sweet odors rise. At noon the roads all flutter with yellow butterflies. By all these lovely tokens, September days are here, with summer's best of weather and autumn's best of cheer. H. H. How the leaves came down. I'll tell you how the leaves came down. The great tree to his children said, "You're getting sleepy, yellow and brown. Yes, very sleepy, little red. It is quite time you went to bed." "Ah," begged each silly, pouting leaf, "let us a little longer stay. Dear Father Tree, behold our grief. 'Tis such a very pleasant day. We do not want to go away." So just for one more merry day, to the great tree the leaflets clung, Frolicked and danced and had their way, upon the autumn breezes swung, whispering all their sports among. "Perhaps the great tree will forget, and let us stay until the spring, if we'll beg and coax and fret." But the great tree did no such thing. He smiled to hear their whispering. "Come, children, all to bed," he cried, and ere the leaves could urge their prayer, he shook his head, and far and wide, fluttering and rustling everywhere, down sped the leaflets through the air. I saw them, on the ground they lay, golden and red, a huddled swarm, waiting till one from far away, white bed clothes heaped upon her arm, should come to wrap them safe and warm. The great bare tree looked down and smiled. "Good night, dear little leaves," he said, and from below each sleepy child replied good night, and murmured, "It is so nice to go to bed." Susan Coolidge. Winter Night. Blow, wind, blow! Drift the flying snow, send it twirling, whirling overhead. There's a bedroom in a tree, where, snug as snug can be, the squirrel nests in his cozy bed. Shriek, wind, shriek! Make the branches creak! Battle with the boughs till break o' day! In a snow cave warm and tight, through the icy winter night, the rabbit sleeps the peaceful hours away. Call, wind, call, in entry and in hall, straight from off the mountain white and wild. Soft purrs the pussy cat on her little fluffy mat, and beside her nestles close her furry child. Scold, wind, scold, so bitter and so bold! Shake the windows with your tap, tap, tap! With half shut, dreamy eyes, the drowsy baby lies, cuddled closely in his mother's lap. Mary F. Butts. A Year's Windfalls. On the wind of January, down flits the snow, traveling from the frozen north, as cold as it can blow. Poor Robin Redbreast, look where he comes. Let him in to feel your fire, and toss him of your crumbs. On the wind in February, snowflakes float still, half inclined to turn to rain, nipping, dripping, chill. Then the thaws swell the streams, and swollen rivers swell the sea. If the winter ever ends, how pleasant it will be! In the wind of windy March, the catkins drop down, curly caterpillar like, curious green and brown. with concourse of nest-building birds and leaf buds by the way. We begin to think of flowers and life and nuts some day. With the gusts of April, rich fruit-tree blossoms fall on the hedged-in orchard green from the southern wall. Apple trees and pear trees shed petals white or pink, plum trees and peach trees, while sharp showers sink and sink. Little brings the May breeze, beside pure scent of flowers, while all things wax and nothing wanes in lengthening daylight hours. Across the hyacinth beds, the wind's leg warm and sweet, across hawthorn tops, across the blades of wheat. In the wind of sunny June thrives the red rose crop. Every day fresh blossoms blow while the first leaves drop. White rose and yellow rose and moss rose choice to find, and the cottage cabbage rose, not one whit behind. On the blast of scorched July drives the pelting hail from thunderous lightning clouds that blot blue heaven grown lurid pale. Weedy waves are tossed ashore, sea things strange to sight gasp upon the barren shore and fade away in light. In the parching August wind, cornfields bow their head, sheltered in round valley depths, on low hills outspread. Early leaves drop loitering down, weightless on the breeze, first fruits of the year's decay from the withering trees. The brisk wind of September, the heavy-headed fruits, shake upon their bending boughs and drop from the shoots. Some glow golden in the sun, some show green and streaked, some set forth a purple bloom, some blush rosy cheeked. In the strong blast of October, at the equinox, stirred up in his hollow bed, broad ocean rocks. Plunge the ships on his bosom, leaps and plunges the foam. It's oh, for mother's sons at sea, that they were safe at home. In slack wind of November, the fog forms and shifts. All the world comes out again when the fog lifts. Loosened from their sapless twigs, leaves drop with every gust, drifting, rustling out of sight in the damp or dust. Last of all December, the year's sands nearly run, speeds on the shortest day, curtails the sun. With its bleak raw wind, lays the last leaves low, brings back the nightly frosts, brings back the snow. Christina G. Rossetti. End of chapter 1. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 2 of the Posy Ring. A book of verse for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 2. The Child's World. The Wonderful World. Great, wide, beautiful, wonderful world, with the wonderful water round you curled, and the wonderful grass upon your breast. World, you are beautifully dressed. The wonderful air is over me, and the wonderful wind is shaking the tree. It walks on the water and whirls the mills, and talks to itself on the top of the hills. You friendly earth, how far do you go, with the wheat fields that nod, and the rivers that flow, with cities and gardens and cliffs and isles, and people upon you for thousands of miles? Ah, you are so great,
and I am so small I hardly can think of you, world, at all. And yet, when I said my prayers today, my mother kissed me and said, quite gay, if the wonderful world is great to you, and great to father and mother too, you are more than the earth, though you are such a dot. You can love and think, and the earth cannot. William Brightly Rands. A day. I'll tell you how the sun rose, a ribbon at a time. The steeples swam in amethyst, the news like squirrels ran. The hills untied their bonnets, the bobolinks began. Then I said softly to myself, that must have been the sun. But how he set, I know not. There seemed a purple stile, which little yellow boys and girls were climbing all the while, till when they reached the other side, a dominie in grey put gently up the evening bars and led the flock away. Emily Dickinson. Good morning. The years at the spring, and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn. God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. Robert Browning. What the winds bring. Which is the wind that brings the cold? The north wind, Freddie, and all the snow. And the sheep will scamper into the fold when the north begins to blow. Which is the wind that brings the heat? The south wind, Katy, and corn will grow, and peaches redden for you to eat when the south begins to blow. Which is the wind that brings the rain? The east wind, Artie, and farmers know. The cows come shivering up the lane when the east begins to blow. Which is the wind that brings the flowers? The west wind, Bessie, and soft and low. The birdies sing in the summer hours when the west begins to blow. Edmund Clarence Stedman. Lady Moon. Lady Moon, where are you roving? Over the sea. Lady Moon, whom are you loving? All that love me. Are you not tired with rolling and never
Resting for sleep?
Why look so pale and so sad as forever wishing to weep? Ask me not this, little child, if you love me. You are too bold. I must obey my dear father above, and do as I am told. Lady Moon, where are you roving? Over the sea. Lady Moon, whom are you loving? All that love me. Lord Houghton. O Lady Moon, O Lady Moon, your horns point toward the east. Shine, be increased. O Lady Moon, your horns point to the west. Wane, be at rest. Christina G. Rossetti. Windy Night. Whenever the moon and stars are set, whenever the wind is high, all night long in the dark and wet, a man goes riding by. Late at night when the fires are out,
Why?
does he gallop and gallop about? Whenever the trees are crying aloud, and ships are tossed at sea, by, on the highway low and loud, by at the gallop goes he. By at the gallop he goes, and then By he comes back at the gallop again. Robert Louis Stevenson. Wild Winds. Oh, oh, how the wild winds blow! Blow high, blow low, and whirlwinds go to chase the little leaves that fly, fly low and high, to hollow and to steep hillside. They shiver in the dreary weather, and creep in little heaps together, and nestle close and try to hide. Oh, oh, how the wild winds blow! Blow low, blow high, and whirlwinds try to find a crevice, to find a crack. They whirl to the front, they whirl to the back. But Tommy and Will and the baby together are snug and safe from the wintry weather. All the winds that blow cannot touch a toe, cannot twist or twirl one silken curl. They may rattle the doors in a noisy pack, but the blazing fires will drive them back. Mary F. Butts. Now the noisy winds are still. Now the noisy winds are still. April's coming up the hill. All the spring is in her train, led by shining
ranks
of rain. Pit, pat, patter, clatter, sudden sun and clatter, patter. First the blue, then the shower, bursting bud and smiling flower. Brooks set free with tinkling ring, birds too full of song to sing. Crisp old weeds astir with pride, where the timid violets hide. All things ready with a will. April's coming up the hill. Mary Mapes Dodge. The wind. The wind has a language I would I could learn. Sometimes 'tis soothing, and sometimes 'tis stern. Sometimes it comes like a low, sweet song, and all things grow calm as the sound floats along, and the forest is lulled by the dreamy strain, and slumber sinks down on the wandering main, and its crystal arms are folded in rest, and the tall ship sleeps on its heaving breast. Letia Elizabeth Landon. The Fountain. Into the sunshine, full of the light, leaping and flashing from morn till night. Into the moonlight, whiter than snow, waving so flower-like when the wind's below. Into the starlight, rushing in spray, happy at midnight, happy by day. Ever in motion, blithesome and cheery, still climbing heavenward, never aweary. Glad of all weathers, still seeming best, upward or downward, motion they rest. Full of a nature nothing can tame, changed every moment, ever the same. Ceaseless aspiring, ceaseless content, darkness or sunshine, thy element. Glorious fountain, let my heart be fresh, changeful, constant, upward like thee. James Russell Lowell. The Waterfall.
tinkle, tinkle,
Listen well, like a fairy silver bell, in the distance ringing, lightly swinging in the air. 'Tis the water in the dell, where the elfin minstrels dwell, falling in a rainbow sprinkle, dropping stars that brightly twinkle, bright and fair, on the darkling pool below, making music so. 'Tis the water elves who play on their lutes of spray. Tinkle, tinkle, like a fairy silver bell, like a pebble in a shell. Tinkle, tinkle, listen well. Frank Dempster Sherman. The voice of the grass. Here I come, creeping, creeping everywhere, by the dusty roadside, on the sunny hillside, close by the noisy brook, in every shady nook. I come creeping, creeping everywhere. Here I come creeping, smiling everywhere, all around the open door.
Where sit the aged poor?
Here where the children play, in the bright and merry May. I come creeping, creeping everywhere. Here I come creeping, creeping everywhere, in the noisy city street. My pleasant face you'll meet, cheering the sick at heart, toiling his busy part, silently creeping, creeping everywhere. Here I come creeping, creeping everywhere. You cannot see me coming, nor hear my low, sweet humming, for in the starry night and the glad morning light I come quietly creeping everywhere. Here I come creeping, creeping everywhere, more welcome than the flowers in summer's pleasant hours. The gentle cow is glad, and the merry bird not sad, to see me creeping, creeping everywhere. Here I come creeping, creeping everywhere, my humble song of praise most joyfully I raise to Him at whose command I beautify the land, creeping silently, creeping everywhere. Sarah Roberts Boyle. The Wind in a Frolic. The wind one morning sprang up from sleep, saying, "Now for a frolic, now for a leap, now for a madcap galloping chase. I'll make a commotion in every place." So it swept with a bustle right through a great town, creaking the signs and scattering down shutters and whisking with merciless squalls old women's bonnets and gingerbread stalls. There never was heard a much lustier shout as the apples and oranges tumbled about, and the urchins that stand with their thievish eyes forever on watch ran off with each prize.
Then away to the field it went blustering and humming, and the cattle all wondered what ever was coming. It plucked by their tails the grave matronly cows, and tossed the colts' manes all about their brows, till offended at such a familiar salute, they all turned their backs and stood silently mute. So on it went capering and playing its pranks, whistling with reeds on the broad river banks, puffing the birds as they sat on the spray, or the traveller grave on the king's highway. It was not too nice to bustle the bags of the beggar and flutter his dirty rags. 'Twas so bold that it feared not to play its joke with the doctor's wig and the gentleman's cloak. Through the forest it roared, and cried gaily, "Now, you sturdy old oaks, I'll make you bow!" And it made them bow without more ado, or it cracked their branches through and through. Then it rushed like a monster o'er cottage and farm, striking their inmates with sudden alarm. And they ran out like bees in a midsummer swarm. There were dames with their kerchiefs tied over their caps, to see if their poultry were free from mishaps. The turkeys they gobbled, the geese screamed aloud, and the hens crept to roost in a terrified crowd. There was rearing of ladders and logs laying on, where the thatch from the roof threatened soon to be gone. But the wind had passed on and had met in a lane with a schoolboy who panted and struggled in vain, for it tossed him and twirled him, then passed, and he stood with his hat in a pool and his shoe in the mud. William Howitt. Clouds. The sky is full of clouds to day, and idly to and fro, like sheep across the pasture they across the heavens go. I hear the wind with merry noise around the housetops sweep, and dream it is the shepherd boys, they're driving home their sheep. The clouds move faster now, and see, the west is red and gold. Each sheep seems hastening to be the first within the fold. I watch them hurry on until the blue is clear and deep, and dream that far beyond the hill the shepherds fold their sheep. Then in the sky the trembling stars like little flowers shine out, while night puts up the shadow bars and darkness falls about. I hear the shepherd wind's good night and happy sleep, and dream that in the east all white slumber the clouds, the sheep. Frank Dempster Sherman. Signs of rain. The hollow winds begin to blow, the clouds look black, the glass is low, the soot falls down, the spaniels sleep, the spiders from their cobwebs peep. Last night the sun went pale to bed, the moon in halos hid her head. The boding shepherd heaves a sigh, for see a rainbow spans the sky. The walls are damp, the ditches smell, closed is the pink-eyed pimpernel. Hark how the chairs and tables crack, old Betty's joints are on the rack. Loud quack the ducks, the peacocks cry, the distant hills are seeming nigh. How restless are the snorting swine, the busy flies disturb the kine. Low o'er the grass the swallow wings, the cricket too how sharp he sings. Puss on the hearth, with velvet paws, sits wiping o'er her whiskered jaws. Through the clear stream the fishes rise, and nimbly catch the incautious flies. The glow worms numerous and bright illumed the dewy dell last night. At dusk the squalid toad was seen, hopping and crawling o'er the green. The whirling wind the dust obeys, and in the rapid eddy plays. The frog has changed his yellow vest, and in a russet coat is dressed. Through June the air is cold and still, the mellow blackbird's voice is shrill. My dog, so altered in his taste, quits mutton bones on grass to feast. And see yon rooks, how odd their flight! They imitate the gliding kite, and seem precipitate to fall, as if they felt the piercing ball. 'Twill surely rain, I see with sorrow, our jaunt must be put off to morrow. Edward Jenner. A sudden shower. Barefoot boys scud up the street, or scurry under sheltering sheds, and schoolgirl faces pale and sweet gleam from the shawls about their heads. Doors bang and mother voices call from alien homes, and rusty gates are slammed, and high above it all the thunder grim reverberates. And then abrupt, the rain, the rain! The earth lies gasping, and the eyes behind the streaming window panes smile at the trouble of the skies. The highway smokes, sharp echoes ring, the cattle bawl and cowbells clank, and into town comes galloping the farmer's horse with steaming flank. The swallow dips beneath the eaves, and flirts his plumes and folds his wings, and under the catbah leaves the caterpillar curls and clings. The bumblebee is pelted down a wet stem of the hollyhock, and sullenly in spattered brown the cricket leaps the garden walk. Within the baby clasps his hands, and crows with rapture strange and vague. Without beneath the rose bush stands a dripping rooster on one leg. James Whitcomb Riley. Strange Lands. Where do you come from, Mr. Jay? From the land of play, from the land of play. And where can that be, Mr. Jay? Far away, far away. Where do you come from, Mrs. Dove? From the land of love, from the land of love. And how do you get there, Mrs. Dove? Look above, look above. Where do you come from, baby miss? From the land of bliss, from the land of bliss. And what is the way there, baby miss? Mother's kiss, mother's kiss. Lawrence Alma Tadema. Guessing Song. Oh ho, pray who can I be? I sweep o'er the land, I scour o'er the sea. I cuff the tall trees till they bow down their heads. I rock the wee birdies asleep in their beds. Oh ho, and who can I be that sweep o'er the land and scour o'er the sea? I rumple the breast of the gray-headed daw, I tip the rook's tail up and make him cry caw. But though I love fun, I'm so big and so strong, at a puff of my breath the great ships sail along. Oh ho, and who can I be that sweep o'er the land and sail o'er the sea? I swing all the weathercocks this way and that, I play hare and hounds with a runaway hat. But however I wander, I never can stray, for go where I will, I've a free right of way. Oh ho, and who can I be that sweep over the land and scour o'er the sea? I skim o'er the heather, I dance up the street, I foes that I laugh at, and friends that I greet. I'm known in the country, I'm named in the town, for all the world over extends my renown. Oh ho, and who can I be that sweep o'er the land and scour o'er the sea? Henry Johnson. The Rivulet. Run, little rivulet, run, summer is fairly begun. Bear to the meadow the hymn of the pines, and the echo that rings where the waterfall shines. Run, little rivulet, run. Run, little rivulet, run. Sing to the fields of the sun, that wavers in emerald, shimmers in gold, where you glide from your rocky ravine, crystal cold. Run, little rivulet, run. Run, little rivulet, run. Sing of the flowers every one, of the delicate harebell and violet blue, of the red mountain rosebud, all dripping with dew. Run, little rivulet, run. Run, little rivulet, run. Carry the perfume you won from the lily that woke when the morning was gray, to the white waiting moonbeams adrift on the bay. Run, little rivulet, run. Run, little rivulet, run. Stay not till summer is done. Carry the city the mountain bird's glee, carry the joy of the hills to the sea. Run, little rivulet, run. Lucy Larcom. Jack Frost. The frost looked forth on a still, clear night, and whispered, "Now I shall be out of sight." So through the valley and over the height, in silence I'll take my way. I will not go on like that blustering train, the wind and the snow, the hail and the rain, that make such a bustle and noise in vain, but I'll be as busy as they. So he flew to the mountain and powdered its crest. He lit on the trees and their boughs he dressed with diamonds and pearls, and over the breast of the quivering lake he spread a coat of mail, that it need not fear the glittering point of many a spear, which he hung on its margin, far and near, where a rock could rear its head. He went to the window of those who slept, and over each pane like a fairy crept. Wherever he breathed, wherever he stepped, by the light of the morn were seen most beautiful things. There were flowers and trees, there were bevies of birds and swarms of bees, there were cities and temples and towers, and these all pictured in silvery sheen. But he did one thing that was hardly fair. He peeped in the cupboard, and finding there that all had forgotten for him to prepare, now just to set them a thinking, "I'll bite this basket of fruit," said he, "this costly picture I'll burst in three, and the glass of water they've left for me shall chick to tell them I'm drinking." Hannah F. Gold. Snowflakes. Whenever a snowflake leaves the sky, it turns and turns to say "Goodbye." Goodbye, dear clouds, so cool and gray, then lightly travels on its way. And when a snowflake finds a tree, "Good day," it says, "good day to thee. Thou art so bare and lonely, dear, I'll rest and call my comrades here." But when a snowflake brave and meek lights on a rosy maiden's cheek, it starts, "How warm and soft the day! 'Tis summer!" and it melts away. Mary Mapes Dodge. The water, the water. The water, the water, the joyous brook for me, that tuneth through the quiet night its ever living glee. The water, that sleepless, merry heart, which gurgles on unstintedly, and loveth to impart to all around it some small measure of its own most perfect pleasure. The water, the gentle stream for me, that gushes from the old gray stone beside the alder tree. The water, that ever bubbling spring I loved and looked on while a child, its deepest wondering, and asked it whence it came and went, and when its treasures would be spent. The water, the merry wanton brook, that bent itself to pleasure me, like mine old shepherd Crook. The water, that sang so sweet at noon, and sweeter still all night to win smiles from the pale proud moon, and from the little fairy faces that gleam in heaven's remotest places. William Motherwell. End of chapter 2. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter number 3 of the Posy Ring, a book of verses for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Hiawatha's Chickens Poems. Then the little Hiawatha learned of every bird its language, learned their names and all their secrets, how they built their nests in summer, where they hid themselves in winter, talked with them whene'er he met them, called them Hiawatha's chickens. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The Swallows. Gallant and gay in their doublets gray, all at a flash like the darting of flame, chattering Arabic, African, Indian, certain of springtime the swallows came. Doublets of gray silk, and surcoats of purple, and ruffs of russet round each little throat, wearing such garb they had crossed the waters, mariners sailing with never a boat. Edwin Arnold. The Swallow's Nest. Day after day her nest she molded, building with magic, love, and mud, a gray cup made by 1,000 journeys, and the tiny beak was trowel and hod. Edwin Arnold. The Birds in Spring. Spring, the sweet spring, is the year's pleasant king. Then blooms each thing, then maids dance in a ring. Cold doth not sting, the pretty birds do sing. Cuckoo, jug jug, poo wee, to widda woo. The palm and may make country houses gay. Lambs frisk and play, the shepherds pipe all day. And we hear a bird's tune this merry lay. Cuckoo, jug jug, poo wee, toot widda woo. The fields breathe sweet, the daisies kiss our feet. Young lovers meet, old wives a sunning sit. In every street these tunes our ears do greet. Cuckoo, jug jug, poo wee, toot widda woo. Spring, the sweet spring. Thomas Nash. Robin Redbreast. A Child's Song. Goodbye, goodbye to summer, for summer's nearly done. The garden smiling faintly, cool breezes in the sun. Our thrushes now are silent, our swallows flown away, but robin's here in coat of brown, with ruddy breast knot gay. Robin, Robin Redbreast, oh Robin dear, Robin singing sweetly in the falling of the year. Bright yellow, red, and orange, the leaves come down in hosts. The trees are Indian princes, but soon they'll turn to ghosts. The scanty pears and apples hang russet on the bough. It's autumn, autumn, autumn late. 'Twill soon be winter now. Robin, Robin Redbreast, oh Robin dear, a well away, my Robin, for pinching times are near. The fireside for the cricket, the wheat stack for the mouse, when trembling night winds whistle and moan all round the house. The frosty waves like iron, the branches plumed with snow. Alas, in winter, dead and dark, where can poor Robin go? Robin, Robin Redbreast, oh Robin dear, and a crumb of bread for Robin, his little heart to cheer. William Allingham. The Lark and the Rook. Good night, Sir Rook, said a little lark. The daylight fades, it will soon be dark. I've bathed my wings in the sun's last ray. I've sung my hymn to the parting day. So now I haste to my quiet nook in yon dewy meadow. Good night, Sir Rook. Good night, poor lark, said his titled friend, with a haughty toss and a distant bend. I also go to my rest profound, but not to sleep on the cold damp ground. The fittest place for a bird like me is the topmost bough of yon tall pine tree. I opened my eyes at peep of day, and saw you taking your upward way, dreaming your fond romantic dreams, an ugly speck in the sun's bright beams, soaring too high to be seen or heard, and I said to myself, what a foolish bird! I trod the park with a princely air, I filled my crop with the richest fare, I cawed all day mid a lordly crew, and I made more noise in the world than you. The sun shone forth on my ebon wing, I looked and wondered, good night, poor thing. Good night once more, said the lark's sweet voice, I see no cause to repent my choice. You build your nest in the lofty pine, but is your slumber more sweet than mine? You make more noise in the world than I, but who is the sweeter minstrelly? Unknown. The Snowbird. In the rosy light trills the gay swallow, the thrush in the roses below, the meadowlark sings in the meadow, but the snowbird sings in the snow. Ah me, chickadee! The snowbird sings in the snow. The blue martin trills in the gable, the wren in the gourd below. In the elm flutes the golden robin, but the snowbird sings in the snow. Ah me, chickadee! The snowbird sings in the snow. High wheels the gray wing of the osprey, the wing of the sparrow drops low. In the midst dips the wing of the robin, and the snowbird's wing in the snow. Ah me, chickadee! The snowbird sings in the snow. I love the high heart of the osprey, the meek heart of the thrush below, the heart of the lark in the meadow, and the snowbird's heart in the snow. But dearest to me, chickadee, chickadee, is that true little heart in the snow. Hezekiah Butterworth. Who stole the bird's nest? To wit, to wit, to wee, will you listen to me? Who stole 4 eggs I laid, and the nice nest I made? Not I, said the cow, moo! Such a thing I'd never do. I gave you a wisp of hay, but didn't take your nest away. Not I, said the cow, moo! Such a thing I'd never do. To wit, to wit, to wee, will you listen to me? Who stole 4 eggs I laid, and the nice nest I made? Bob o' link, bob o' link, now what do you think? Who stole a nest away from the plum tree today? Not I, said the dog, bow wow! I wouldn't be so mean anyhow. I gave hares the nest to make, but the nest I did not take. Not I, said the dog, bow wow! I'm not so mean anyhow. To wit, to wit, to wee, will you listen to me? Who stole 4 eggs I laid, and the nice nest I made? Bob o' link, now what do you think? Who stole a nest away from the plum tree today? Cuckoo, 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 let me speak a word too. Who stole that pretty nest from little Yellow Breast? Not I, said the sheep, oh no! I wouldn't treat a poor bird so. I gave wool the nest to line, but the nest was none of mine. Bah, bah, said the sheep, oh no! I wouldn't treat a poor bird so. To wit, to wit, to wee, will you listen to me? Who stole 4 eggs I laid, and the nice nest I made? Bob o' link, now what do you think? Who stole a nest away from the plum tree today? Cuckoo, 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 let me speak a word too. Who stole that pretty nest from little Yellow Breast? Caw, caw, cried the crow. I should like to know what thief took away a bird's nest today. Cluck, cluck, said the hen. Don't ask me again why I haven't a chick would do such a trick. We all gave her a feather, and she wove them together. I'd scorn to intrude on her and her brood. Cluck, cluck, said the hen. Don't ask me again. Chirr a whir, chirr a whir, all the birds made a stir. Let us find out his name, and all cry for shame. I would not rob a bird, said little Mary Green. I think I never heard of anything so mean. It is very cruel, too, said little Alice Neal. I wonder if he knew how sad the bird would feel. A little boy hung down his head, and went and hid behind the bed, for he stole that pretty nest from poor little Yellow Breast, and he felt so full of shame, he didn't like to tell his name. Lydia Maria Child. Answer to a child's question. Do you ask what the birds say? The sparrow, the dove, the linnet and thrush say, I love and I love. In the winter they're silent, the wind is so strong. What it says I do not know, but it sings a loud song. But green leaves and blossoms, and sunny warm weather, and singing and loving all come back together. Then the lark is so brimful of gladness and love, the green fields below him, the blue sky above, that he sings, and forever sings he. I love my love, and my love loves me. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. The Burial of the Linnet. Found in the garden dead in his beauty, oh, that a linnet should die in the spring. Bury him, comrades, in pitiful duty. Muffle the dinner bell, solemnly ring. Bury him kindly up in the corner. Bird, beast, and goldfish are sculptured there. Bid the black kitten march as chief mourner, waving her tail like a plume in the air. Bury him nobly next to the donkey. Fetch the old banner and wave it about. Bury him deeply, think of the monkey. Shallow his grave, and the dogs got him out. Bury him softly, white wool around him. Kiss his poor feathers, the first kiss and last. Tell his poor widow kind friends have found him. Plant his poor grave with whatever grows fast. Farewell, sweet singer, dead in thy beauty. Silent through summer, though other birds sing. Bury him, comrades, in pitiful duty. Muffle the dinner bell, mournfully ring. Juliana Horatia Ewing. The Titmouse. Piped a tiny voice hard by, gay and polite, a cheerful cry. Chick, chick-a-dee-dee, saucy note, out of the sound heart and merry throat, as if it said, Good day, good sir, fine afternoon, old passenger. Happy to meet you in these places, where January brings few faces. This poet, though he live apart, moved by his hospitable heart, sped when I passed his sylvan fort, to do the honors of his court. As fit a feathered lord of land, flew near with soft wing, grazed my hand, hopped on the bough, then darting low, prints his small impress on the snow, shows feats of his gymnastic play, head downward, clinging to the spray. Here was this atom in full breath, hurling defiance at vast death. This scrap of valor, just for play, fronts the north wind in waistcoat gray. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Birds in Summer. How pleasant the life of a bird must be, flitting about in each leafy tree. In the leafy tree so broad and tall, like a green and beautiful place hall, like a green and beautiful palace hall, with its airy chambers, light and boon, that open to sun and stars and moon, that open unto the bright blue sky, and the frolicsome winds as they wander by. They have left their nests in the forest bough, those homes of delight they need not now, and the young and old they wander out, and traverse the green world round about, and hark at the top of this leafy hall, how, one to another, they lovingly call. Come up, they seem to say, where the topmost twigs in the breezes play. Come up, for the world is fair, where the merry leaves dance in the summer air, and the birds below give back the cry, we come to the branches high. How pleasant the life of the birds must be, living above in a leafy tree, and away through the air what joy to go, and to look on the green, bright earth below. How pleasant the life of a bird must be, skimming about on the breezy sea, cresting the billows like silvery foam, then wheeling away to its cliff-built home. What joy it must be to sail upborne by a strong free wing through the rosy morn, to meet the young sun face to face, and pierce like a shaft the boundless space. To pass through the bowers of the silver cloud, to sing in the thunder halls aloud, to spread out the wings for a wild, free flight, with the upper cloud winds, oh, what delight! Oh, what would I give like a bird to go right on through the arch of the sunlit bough, and see how the water drops are kissed into green and yellow and amethyst. How pleasant the life of a bird must be, whenever it listeth there to flee, to go when a joyful fancy calls, dashing down 'mong the waterfalls, then wheeling about with its mate at play, above and below, and among the spray, hither and thither, with screams as wild as the laughing mirth of a rosy child. What joy it must be, like a living breeze, to flutter about mid the flowering trees, lightly to soar, and to see beneath the wastes of the blossoming purple heath, and the yellow ferts like fields of gold, that gladden some fairy region old. On mountain tops, on the billowy sea, on the leafy stems of the forest tree, how pleasant the life of a bird must be. Mary Howitt. An epitaph on a robin redbreast. Tread lightly here, for here 'tis said, when piping winds are hushed around, a small note wakes from underground, where now his tiny bones are laid. No more in lone or leafless groves, with ruffled wing and faded breast, his friendless, homeless spirit roves, gone to the world where birds are blest, where never cat glides o'er the green, or schoolboy's giant form is seen, but love and joy and smiling spring inspire their little souls to sing. Samuel Rogers. The Bluebird. I know the song that the bluebird is singing, out in the apple tree where he is swinging. Brave little fellow, the skies may be dreary, nothing cares he while his heart is so cheery. Hark how the music leaps out from his throat, hark Was there ever so merry a note? Listen a while and you'll hear what he's saying, up in the apple tree, swinging and saying, "Dear little blossoms under the snow, you must be weary of winter, I know. Hark, while I sing you a message of cheer. Summer is coming and springtime is here. Little white snowdrop, I pray you arise. Bright little crocus, come, open your eyes. Sweet little violets, hid from the cold, put on your mantles of purple and gold. Daffodils, daffodils, say, do you hear? Summer is coming and springtime is here." Mrs. Emily Huntington Miller. Song. I had a dove, and the sweet dove died, and I have thought it died of grieving. Oh, what could it grieve for? Its feet were tied with a silken thread of my own hands weaving. Sweet little red feet, why should you die? Why should you leave me, sweet bird, why? You lived alone in the forest tree. Why, pretty thing, would you not live with me? I kissed you oft, and gave you white peas. Why not live sweetly, as in the green trees? John Keats. What does little birdie say? What does little birdie say in her nest at peep of day? "Let me fly," says little birdie. "Mother, let me fly away." Birdie, rest a little longer, till the little wings are stronger. So she rests a little longer, then she flies away. What does little baby say in her bed at peep of day? Baby says, like little birdie, "Let me rise and fly away." Baby sleep a little longer, till the little limbs are stronger. If she sleeps a little longer, baby too shall fly away. Alfred, Lord Tennyson. The Owl. When cats run home and light is come, and dew is cold upon the ground, and the far off stream is dumb, and the whirring sail goes round, and the whirring sail goes round, alone and warming his 5 wits, the white owl in the belfry sits. When merry milkmaids click the latch, and rarely smells the new mown hay, and the cock hath sung beneath the thatch, twice or thrice his roundelay, twice or thrice his roundelay, alone and warming his 5 wits, the white owl in the belfry sits. Alfred, Lord Tennyson. Wild geese. The wild wind blows, the sun shines, the birds sing loud. The blue, blue sky is flecked with fleecy dappled cloud. Over earth's rejoicing fields the children dance and sing, and the frogs pipe in chorus, "It is spring, it is spring." The grass comes, the flower laughs, where lately lay the snow, or the breezy hill top hoarsely calls the crow. By the flowing river the alder catkins swing, and the sweet song sparrow cries, "Spring, it's spring." Hark what a clamor goes winging through the sky. Look, children, listen to the sound so wild and high, like a peal of broken bells, cling, clang, cling. Far and high the wild geese cry, "Spring, it's spring." Bear the winter off with you, O wild geese dear. Carry all the cold away, far away from here. Chase the snow into the north, O strong of heart and wing, while we share the robin's rapture, crying, "Spring, it is spring." Celia Thaxter. Chanticleer. I wake, I feel the day is near, I hear the red cock crowing. He cries, "'Tis dawn!" How sweet and clear His cheerful call comes to my ear, while light is slowly growing. The white snow gathers flake on flake. I hear the red cock crowing. Is anybody else awake to see the winter morning break, while thick and fast 'tis snowing? I think the world is all asleep. I hear the red cock crowing. Out of the frosty pane I peep. The drifts are piled so wide and deep, and wild the wind is blowing. Nothing I see has shape or form. I hear the red cock crowing. But that dear voice comes through the storm to greet me in my nest so warm, as if the sky were glowing. A happy little child I lay, and hear the red cock crowing. The day is dark. I wonder why his voice rings out so brave and high, with gladness overflowing. Celia Thaxter. The Singer. O lark, sweet lark, where learn you all your minstrelsy? What realms are those to which you fly? While robins feed their young from dawn to dark, you soar on high, forever in the sky. O child, dear child, above the clouds I lift my wing, to hear the bells of heaven ring. Some of their music, though my flights be wild, to earth I bring, then let me soar and sing. Edmund Clarence Stedman. The Blue Jay. O blue jay up in the maple tree, shaking your throat with such bursts of glee, how did you happen to be so blue? Did you steal a bit of the lake for your crest, and fasten blue violets in your vest? Tell me, I pray you, tell me true. Did you dip your wings in azure dye, when April began to paint the sky, that was pale with the winter's stay? Or were you hatched from a bluebell bright, 'neath the warm gold breast of a sunbeam light, by the river one blue spring day? O blue jay up in the maple tree, a tossing your saucy head at me, with ne'er a word for my questioning, pray cease for a moment your ting-a-link, and hear when I tell you what I think, your bonniest bit of the spring. I think when the fairies made the flowers to grow in those mossy fields of ours, periwinkles and violets rare, there was left of the spring's own color blue, plenty to fashion a flower whose hue would be richer than all and as fair. So putting their wits together, they made one great blossom so bright and gay, the lily beside it seemed blurred, and then they said, "We'll toss it in air, so many blue blossoms grow everywhere, let this pretty one be a bird." Susan Hartley Sweat. Robert of Lincoln. Merrily swinging on briar and weed, near to the nest of his little dame, over the mountainside or mead, Robert of Lincoln is telling his name. Bob o' link, spink, spank, spink. Snug and safe is this nest of ours, hidden among the summer flowers. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln is gaily dressed, wearing a bright black wedding coat. White are his shoulders and white his crest. Hear him call in his merry note, bob o' link, spink, spank, spink. Look what a nice new coat is mine, sure there was never a bird so fine. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln's Quaker wife, pretty and quiet with plain brown wings, passing at home a patient life, broods in the grass while her husband sings. Bob o' link, spink, spank, spink. Brood, kind creature, you need not fear thieves and robbers while I am here. Chee, chee, chee. Modest and shy as a nun is she. One weak chirp is her only note. Braggart and prince of braggarts is he, pouring boasts from his little throat. Bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Never was I afraid of man. Catch me, cowardly knaves, if you can. Chee, chee, chee. 6 white eggs on a bed of hay, flecked with purple, a pretty sight. There as the mother sits all day, Robert is singing with all his might. Bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Nice good wife that never goes out, keeping house while I frolic about. Chee, chee, chee. Soon as the little ones chip the shell, 6 wide mouths are open for food. Robert of Lincoln bestirs him well, gathering seeds for the hungry brood. Bobolink, sprink, spank, spink. This new life is likely to be hard for a gay young fellow like me. Chee, chee, chee. Robert of Lincoln at length is made sober with work and silent with care. Off is his holiday garment laid, half forgotten that merry air. Bobolink, spink, spank, spink. Nobody knows but my mate and I where our nest and our nestlings lie. Chee, chee, chee. Summer wanes, the children are grown. Fun and frolic no more he knows. Robert of Lincoln, humdrum crone, off he flies, and we sing as he goes. Bobolink, spink, spank, spink. When you can pipe that merry old strain, Robert of Lincoln, come back again. Chee, chee, chee. William Cullen Bryant. White Butterflies. Fly, white butterflies, out to sea, frail pale wings for the wind to try, small white wings that we scarce can see, fly. Some fly light as a laugh of glee, some flight soft as long low sigh, all to the haven where each would be, fly. Algernon Charles Swinburne. The Ant and the Cricket. A silly young cricket, accustomed to sing Through the warm, sunny months of gay summer and spring, began to complain when he found that at home his cupboard was empty and winter was come. Not a crumb to be found on the snow-covered ground, not a flower could he see, not a leaf on a tree. "Oh, what will become," says the cricket, "of me?" At last by starvation and famine made bold, all dripping with wet, and all trembling with cold, away he set off to a miserly ant, to see if, to keep him alive, he would grant him shelter from rain, a mouthful of grain he wished only to borrow, he'd repay it to-morrow, if not, he must die of starvation and sorrow. Says the ant to the cricket, "I'm your servant and friend, but we ants never borrow, we ants never lend. But tell me, dear sir, did you lay nothing by when the weather was warm?" Said the cricket, "Not I. My heart was so light that I sang day and night, for all nature looked gay." "You sang, sir, you say? Go then," said the ant, "and dance winter away." Thus ending, he hastily lifted the wicket, and out of the door turned the poor little cricket. Though this is a fable, the moral is good. If you live without work, you must live without food. Unknown. End of chapter 3. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 4 of the Posy Ring, a book of verse for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Flower Folk Poems. Hope is like a harebell, trembling from its birth. Love is like a rose, the joy of all the earth. Faith is like a lily, lifted high and white. Love is like a lovely rose, the world's delight. Harebells and sweet lilies show a thornless growth, but the rose with all its thorns excels them both. Christina G. Rossetti. Little White Lily. Little White Lily sat by a stone, drooping and waiting till the sun shone. Little White Lily, sunshine has fed. Little White Lily is lifting her head. Little White Lily said, "It is good." Little White Lily's clothing and food. Little White Lily dressed like a bride, shining with whiteness, and crowned beside. Little White Lily droopeth with pain, waiting and waiting for the wet rain. Little White Lily holdeth her cup. Rain is fast falling, and filling it up. Little White Lily said good again, when I am thirsty, to have fresh rain. Now I am stronger, now I am cool. Heat cannot burn me, my veins are so full. Little White Lily smells very sweet. On her head sunshine, rain at her feet. Thanks to the sunshine, thanks to the rain, Little White Lily is happy again. George MacDonald. Violets. Violets, violets, sweet March violets. Sure as March comes, they'll come too. First the white, and then the blue. Pretty violets. White with just a pinky dye, blue as little baby's eye. So light violets. Though the rough wind shakes the house, knocks about the budding boughs, there are violets. Though the passing snow storms come, and the frozen birds sit dumb, up spring violets. One by one among the grass, saying, "Pluck me," as we pass, scented violets. By and by there'll be so many, we'll pluck dozens, nor miss any. Sweet, sweet violets. Children, when you go to play, look beneath the hedge today. Mamma likes violets. Diana Maria Mullock. Young Dandelion. Young Dandelion on a hedge side, said young Dandelion, "Who'll be my bride? I'm a bold fellow as ever was seen, with my shield of yellow in the grass green. You may uproot me from field and from lane, trample me, cut me, I spring up again. I never flinch, sir, wherever I dwell. Give me an inch, sir, I'll soon take an ell. Drive me from garden in anger and pride, I'll thrive and harden by the roadside. Not a bit fearful, showing my face, always so cheerful, in every place," said young Dandelion, with a sweet air. "I have my eye on Miss Daisy fair. Though we may tarry till past the cold, Her I will marry ere I grow old. I will protect her from all kinds of harm, feed her with nectar, shelter her warm. Whate'er the weather, let it go by, We'll hold together, Daisy and I. I'll ne'er give in, no, nothing I fear. All that I win, oh, I'll keep for my dear," Said young Dandelion on his hedge side. "Who'll me rely on? Who'll be my bride?" Diana Maria Mullock. Baby Seed Song. Little brown brother, oh, little brown brother, are you awake in the dark? Here we lie cozily, close to each other. Hark to the song of the lark. "Waken," the lark says, "waken and dress you. Put on your green coats and gay. Blue sky will shine on you, sunshine caress you. Waken, 'tis morning, 'tis May." Little brown brother, oh, little brown brother, what kind of flower will you be? "I'll be a poppy, all white like my mother. Do be a poppy like me." "What, you're a sunflower? How I shall miss you When you're grown golden and high! But I shall send all the bees up to kiss you. Little brown brother, good bye." Nesbit. A Violet Bank. I know a bank whereon the wild thyme blows, Where ox slips and the nodding violet grows, Quite over canopied with lush woodbine, With sweet musk roses and with eglantine. William Shakespeare. There's nothing like the rose. The lily has an air, and the snowdrop a grace, and the sweet pea a way, and the heart's ease a face. Yet there's nothing like the rose when she blows. Christina G. Rossetti. Snowdrops. Little ladies white and green, with your spears about you, will you tell us where you've been since we lived without you? You are sweet and fresh and clean, with your pearly faces. In the dark earth where you've been, there are wondrous places. Yet you come again serene, when the leaves are hidden, bringing joy from where you've been. You return unbidden. Little ladies white and green, are you glad to cheer us? Hunger not for where you've been, stay till spring be near us. Lawrence Alma Tadema. Fern Song. Dance to the beat of the rain, little fern, and spread out your palms again, and say, though the sun hath my venture spun, he hath labored, alas, in vain, but for the shade that the cloud hath made, and the gift of the dew and the rain. Then laugh and upturn all your fronds, little fern, and rejoice in the beat of the rain. John B. Tabb. The Violet. Down in a green and shady bed, a modest violet grew. Its stalk was bent, it hung its head, as if to hide from view. And yet it was a lovely flower, its color bright and fair. It might have graced a rosy bower, instead of hiding there. Yet there it was content to bloom, in modest tints arrayed, and there diffused its sweet perfume within the silent shade. Then let me to the valley go, this pretty flower to see, that I may also learn to grow in sweet humility. Jane Taylor. Daffy down Dilly. Daffy down Dilly came up in the cold, through the brown mold. Although the March breezes blew keen on her face, although the white snow lay on many a place, Daffy down Dilly had heard underground the sweet rushing sound of the streams as they broke from their white winter chains, of the whistling spring winds, and the pattering rains. Now then, thought Daffy, deep down in her heart, it's time I should start. So she pushed her soft leaves through the hard frozen ground, quite up to the surface, and then she looked round. There was snow all about her, grey clouds overhead, the trees all looked dead. Then how do you think poor Daffy Down felt when the sun would not shine, and the ice would not melt? Cold weather, thought Daffy, still working away. The earth's hard to-day. There's but half-inch of my leaves to be seen, and 2/3 of that is more yellow than green. I can't do much yet, but I'll do what I can. It's well I began. For unless I can manage to lift up my head, the people will think that the spring herself's dead. So little by little she brought her leaves out, all clustered about, and then her bright flowers began to unfold, till Daffy stood robed in her spring green and gold. O Daffy down Dilly, so brave and so true, I wish all were like you, so ready for duty in all sorts of weather, and loyal to courage and duty together. Anna B. Warner. Baby Corn. A happy mother stalk of corn held close a baby ear, and whispered, "Cuddle up to me, I'll keep you warm, my dear. I'll give you petticoats of green, with many a tuck and fold, to let out daily as you grow, for you will soon be old." A funny little baby that, for though it had no eye, it had 100 mouths, 'twas well, it did not want to cry. The mother put in each small mouth a hollow thread of silk, through which the sun and rain and air provided baby's milk. The petticoats were gathered close, where all the threadlets hung, and still as summer days went on, to mother stock it clung. And all the time it grew and grew, each kernel drank the milk, by day by night in shade and sun, from its own thread of silk. And each grew strong and full and round, and each was shining white. The gores and seams were all let out, the green skirts fitted tight. The ears stood straight and large and tall, and when it saw the sun, held up its emerald satin gown, to say, "Your work is done." "You're large enough," said Mother Stock, "and now there's no more room for you to grow." She tied the threads into a soft brown plume. It floated out upon the breeze to greet the dewy morn, and then the baby said, "Now I'm a full grown ear of corn." Unknown. A child's fancy. Oh, little flowers, you love me so, you could not do without me. Oh, little birds that come and go, you sing sweet songs about me. Oh, little moss, observed by few, that round the tree is creeping, you like my head to rest on you, when I am idly sleeping. Oh, rushes by the river side, you bow when I come near you. Oh, fish, you leap about with pride, because you think I hear you. Oh, river, you shine clear and bright, to tempt me to look in you. Oh, water lilies pure and white, you hope that I shall win you. Oh, pretty things, you love me so, I see I must not leave you. You find it very dull, I know, I should not like to grieve you. Don't wrinkle up, you silly moss, my flowers, you need not shiver. My little buds, don't look so cross, don't talk so loud, my river. And I will make a promise, dears, that will content you maybe. I'll love you through the happy years, till I'm a nice old lady. True love, like yours and mine, they say, can never think of ceasing, but year by year and day by day keeps steadily increasing. A. Little Dandelion. Gay little dandelion lights up the meads, swings on her slender foot, telleth her beads, lists to the robin's note, poured from above. Wise little dandelion asks not for love. Cold lie the daisy banks, clothed but in green, where in the days agone bright hues were seen. Wild pinks are slumbering, violets delay. True little dandelion greeteth the May. Brave little dandelion, fast falls the snow, bending the daffodils, haughty head low, under the fleecy tent, careless of cold. Blithe little dandelion counteth her gold. Meek little dandelion groweth more fair, till dies the amber dew out from her hair. High rides the thirsty sun, fiercely and high. Faint little dandelion closeth her eye. Pale little dandelion, in her white shroud, heareth the angel breeze call from the cloud. Tiny plumes fluttering, make no delay. Little winged dandelion soareth away. Helen B. Boswick. Dandelions. Upon a showery night and still, without a sound of warning, a trooper band surprised the hill and held it in the morning. We were not waked by bugle notes, no cheer our dreams invaded, and yet at dawn their yellow coats on the green slopes paraded. We careless folk the deed forgot, till one day idly walking, we marked upon the self-same spot a crowd of veterans talking. They shook their trembling heads and gray with pride and noiseless laughter, when, well a day, they blew away and ne'er were heard of after. Helen Gray Cone. The Flax Flower. Oh, the little flax flower, it groweth on the hill, and be the breeze awake or sleep, it never standeth still. It groweth and it groweth fast, one day it is a seed, and then a little grassy blade, scarce better than a weed. But then out comes the flax flower, as blue as is the sky, and "'tis a dainty little thing," we say as we go by. Ah, 'tis a goodly little thing, it groweth for the poor, and many a peasant blesseth it beside his cottage door. He thinketh how those slender stems that shimmer in the sun are rich for him in web and woof, and shortly shall be spun. He thinketh how those tender flowers of seed will yield him store, and sees in thought his next year's crop blue shining round his door. Oh, the little flax flower! The mother then says she, "Go pull the thyme, the heath, the fern, but let the flax flower be. It groweth for the children's sake, it groweth for our own. There are flowers enough upon the hill, but leave the flax alone. The farmer hath his fields of wheat, much cometh to his share. We have this little plot of flax, that we have tilled with care. Oh, the goodly flax flower, it groweth on the hill, and, be the breeze awake or sleep, it never standeth still. It seemeth all astir with life, as if it loved to thrive, and if it had a merry heart within its stem alive. Then fair befall the flax field, and may the kindly showers give strength unto its shining stem, give seed into its flowers. Mary Howitt. Dear little violets. Under the green hedges after the snow, there do the dear little violets grow, hiding their modest and beautiful heads under the hawthorn in soft mossy beds. Sweet as the rose and blue as the sky, down there do the dear little violets lie, hiding their heads where they scarce may be seen. By the leaves you may know where the violet hath been. John Moultrie. Bird's Song in Spring. The silver birch is a dainty lady, she wears a satin gown. The elm tree makes the old churchyard shady, she will not live in town. The English oak is a sturdy fellow, he gets his green coat late. The willow is smart in a suit of yellow, while brown the beech trees wait. Such a gay green gown God gives the larches, as green as he is good. The hazels hold up their arms for arches when spring rides through the wood. The chestnut's proud and the lilac's pretty, the poplar's gentle and tall, but the plane tree's kind to the poor dull city. I love him best of all. E. Nesbit. The Tree. The tree's early leaf buds were bursting their brown. Shall I take them away? Said the frost, sweeping down. No, leave them alone till the blossoms have grown, prayed the tree, while he trembled from rootlet to crown. The tree bore his blossoms, and all the birds sung. Shall I take them away? Said the wind as he swung. No, leave them alone till the berries have grown, said the tree, while his leaflets quivering hung. The tree bore his fruit in the midsummer glow. Said the girl, "May I gather thy berries now?" "Yes, all thou canst see, take them, all are for thee," said the tree, while he bent down his laden boughs low. Bjornson. The Daisy's Song, a Fragment. The sun, with his great eye, sees not so much as I, and the moon, all silver proud, might as well be in a cloud. And oh, the spring, the spring! I lead the life of a king. Couched in the teeming grass, I spy each pretty lass. I look where no one dares, and I stare where no one stares. And when the night is nigh, lambs bleat my lullaby. John Keats. John Keats. Song. For the tender beech and the sapling oak that grow by the shadowy rill, you may cut down both at a single stroke, you may cut down which you will. But this you must know, that as long as they grow, whatever change may be, you can never teach either oak or beech to be aught but a greenwood tree. Thomas Love Peacock. For good luck. Little kings and queens of the May, if you want to be, every one of you very good, in this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful wood, where the little birds' heads get so turned with delight, that some of them sing all night. Whatever you pluck, leave some for good luck. Picked from the stalk or pulled by the root, from overhead or underfoot. Water wonders of pond or brook. Wherever you look, and whatever you find, leaves something behind. Some for the naiads, some for the dryads, and a bit for the nixies and pixies. Juliana Horatia Ewing. End of chapter 4. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 5 of the Posy Ring, a book of verse for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hiawatha's Brothers' Poems. Of all beasts he learned the language, learned their names and all their secrets, how the beavers built their lodges, where the squirrels hid their acorns, how the reindeer ran so swiftly, why the rabbit was so timid, talked with them whene'er he met them, called them Hiawatha's brothers. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. My Pony. My pony tossed his sprightly head, and would have smiled, if smile he could, to thank me for the slice of bread he thinks so delicate and good. His eye is very bright and wild, he looks as if he loved me so, although I only am a child. And he's a real horse, you know. How charming it would be to rear, and have hind legs to balance on, of hay and oats within the year, to leisurely devour a ton, to stoop my head and quench my drouth with water in a lovely pail, to wear a snaffle in my mouth, fling back my ears, and slash my tail, to gallop madly round a field. Who tries to catch me is a goose, and then with dignity to yield my stately back for rider's use, to feel as only horses can when matters take their proper course, and no one notices the man, while loud applauses greet the horse. He canters fast or ambles slow, and either is a pretty game. His duties are but pleasures, oh, I wish that mine were just the same. Lessons would be another thing, if I might turn from book and scroll, and learn to gallop round a ring, as he did when a little foal. It must be charming to be shod, and beautiful beyond my praise, when tired of rolling on the sod, to stand upon all fours and graze. Alas, my dreams are weak and wild, I must not ape my betters so. Alas, I only am a child, and he's a real horse, you know. A.
On a spaniel called Bo, killing a young bird. July 15th, 1793. A spaniel, Bo, that fares like you, well fed, and at his ease, should wiser be than to pursue each trifle that he sees. But you have killed a tiny bird, which flew not till to-day, against my orders, whom you heard, forbidding you the prey. Nor did you kill that you might eat, and ease a doggish pain. For him, though chased with furious heat, you left where he was slain. Nor was he of the thievish sort, or one whom blood allures, but innocent was all his sport, whom you have torn for yours. My dog, what remedy remains, since teach you all I can? I see you after all my pains, so much resemble man. William Cowper. Beau's reply. Sir, When I flew to seize the bird, in spite of your command, a louder voice than yours I heard, and harder to withstand. You cried, "Forbear!" but in my breast a mightier cried, "Proceed!" 'Twas nature, sir, whose strong behest impelled me to the deed. Yet much as nature I respect, I ventured once to break, as you perhaps may recollect, her precept for your sake. And when your linnet on a day, passing his prison door, had fluttered all his strength away, and panting pressed the floor, well knowing him a sacred thing, not destined to my tooth, I only kissed his ruffled wing, and licked the feathers smooth. Let my obedience then excuse my disobedience now, for some reproof yourself refuse from your aggrieved bow wow. If killing birds be such a crime, which I can hardly see, what think you, sir, of killing time with verse addressed to me? William Cowper. Seal Lullaby. Oh, hush thee, my baby, the night is behind us, and black are the waters that sparkled so green. The moon o'er the combers looks downward to find us at rest in the hollows that rustle between. Where billow meets billow, there soft be thy pillow. Ah, weary wee flippering, curl at thy ease. The storm shall not wake thee, nor shark overtake thee, asleep in the arms of the slow swinging seas. Rudyard Kipling. Milking time. When the cows come home, the milk is coming. Honey's made while the bees are humming. Duck and drake on the rushy lake, and the deer live safe in the breezy brake. And timid, funny, pert little bunny winks his nose and sits all sunny. Christina G. Rossetti. Thank you, pretty cow. Thank you, pretty cow that made pleasant milk to soak my bread every day and every night, warm and fresh and sweet and white. Do not chew the hemlock rank growing on the weedy bank, but the yellow cowslip eat, that will make it very sweet. Where the purple violet grows, where the bubbling water flows, where the grass is fresh and fine, pretty cow, go there and dine. Jane Taylor. The Boy and the Sheep. Lazy sheep, pray tell me why in the pleasant field you lie, eating grass and daisies white from the morning till the night. Everything can something do, but what kind of use are you? Nay, my little master, nay, do not serve me so, I pray. Don't you see the wool that grows on my back to make your clothes? Cold, ah, very cold you'd be if you had not wool from me. True, it seems a pleasant thing, nipping daisies in the spring, but what chilly nights I pass on the cold and dewy grass, or pick my scanty dinner where all the ground is brown and bare. Then the farmer comes at last, when the merry spring is past, cuts my woolly fleece away for your coat in wintry day. Little master, this is why in the pleasant fields I lie. Ann Taylor. Lambs in the Meadow. Oh, little lambs, the month is cold, the sky is very gray. You shiver in the misty grass and bleat at all the winds that pass. Wait, when I'm big some day, I'll build a roof to every fold. But now that I am small, I'll pray at mother's knee for you. Perhaps the angels with their wings will come and warm you, little things. I'm sure that, if God knew, He'd let the lambs be born in May. Lawrence Alma Tadema. The Pet Lamb. The dew was falling fast. The stars began to blink. I heard a voice. It said, "Drink, pretty creature, drink." And looking o'er the hedge before me I espied a snow-white mountain lamb with a maiden at its side. Nor sheep nor kine were near. The lamb was all alone, and by a slender cord was tethered to a stone. With one knee on the grass did the little maiden kneel, while to that mountain lamb she gave its evening meal. The lamb, while from her hand he thus supper took, seemed to feast, with head and ears, and his tail with pleasure shook. "Drink, pretty creature, drink," she said in such a tone that I almost received her heart into my own. 'Twas little Barbara Letherwaite, a child of beauty rare. I watched them with delight. They were a lovely pair. Now with her empty can the maiden turned away, but ere 10 yards were gone her footsteps did she stay. Right toward the lamb she looked, and from a shady place I, unobserved, could see the workings of her face. If nature to her tongue could measured numbers bring, thus, thought I, to her lamb that little maid might sing. "What ails thee, young one? What? Why pull so at thy cord? Is it not well with thee? Well both for bed and board. Thy plot of grass is soft, and green as grass can be. Rest, little one, rest. What is it that aileth thee? What is it thou wouldst seek? What is wanting to thy heart? Thy limbs are they not strong? And beautiful thou art. This grass is tender grass. These flowers they have no peers, and that green corn all day is rustling in thy ears. If the sun be shining hot, do but stretch thy woolen chain. This beech is standing by, its covert thou canst gain. For rain and mountain storms, the like thou needest not fear. The rain and storm are things that scarcely can come here. Rest, little one, rest. Thou hast forgot the day when my father found thee first in places far away. Many flocks were on the hills, but thou wert owned by none, and thy mother from thy side for evermore was gone. He took thee in his arms, and in pity brought thee home. A blessed day for thee! Then whither wouldst thou roam? A faithful nurse thou hast, the dam that did thee yearn. Upon the mountain tops no kinder could have been. Thou must know that twice a day I have brought thee in this can, fresh water from the brook, as clear as ever ran. And twice in the day, when the ground was wet with dew, I bring 3 draughts of milk. Warm milk it is and new. Thy limbs will shortly be twice as stout as they are now. Then I'll yoke thee to my cart, like a pony to the plough. My playmate thou shalt be, and when the wind is cold, our hearth shall be thy bed, our house shall be thy fold. It will not rest, poor creature, can it be, that 'tis thy mother's heart which is working so in thee? Things that I know not of belike to thee are dear, and dreams of things which thou canst neither see nor hear. Alas, the mountain tops that look so green and fair, I've heard of fearful winds and darkness that come there. The little brooks that seem all pastime and all play, when they are angry roar like lions for their prey. Here thou needest not dread the raven in the sky. Night and day thou art safe, our cottage is hard by. Why bleat so after me? Why pull so at thy chain? Sleep, and at break of day I will come to thee again. As homeward through the lane I went with lazy feet, this song to myself did I oftentimes repeat. And it seemed, as I retraced the ballad line by line, that but half of it was hers and one half of it was mine. Again and once again did I repeat the song. Nay, said I, more than half to the damsel must belong. For she looked with such a look, and she spake with such a tone, that I almost received her heart into my own. Williams Wordsworth. The Kitten and Falling Leaves. See the kitten on the wall, sporting with the leaves that fall, withered leaves, one, two, and three, from the lofty elder tree. Through the calm and frosty air of this morning bright and fair, eddying round and round they sink, softly, slowly, one might think. From the motions that are made, every little leaf conveyed, self or fairy hither tending, to this lower world descending, each invisible and mute in his wavering parachute. But the kitten, how she starts, crouches, stretches, paws, and darts, first at one and then its fellow, just as light and just as yellow. There are many now, now one. Now they stop, and there are none. With intenseness of desire, in her upward eye of fire, with a tiger leap halfway, now she meets the coming prey. Let it go as fast and then has it in her power again. Now she works with three or four, like an Indian conjurer, quick as he in feats of art, far beyond in joy of heart. William Wordsworth. End of chapter 5. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 6 of The Posy Ring, a book of verse for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Other Little Children, Poems. If thou couldst know thine own sweetness, O little one, perfect and sweet, thou wouldst be a child forever, completer whilst uncomplete. Francis Turner Palgrave. Where go the boats? Dark brown is the river, golden is the sand. It flows along forever, with trees on either hand. Green leaves a-floating, castles of the foam, boats of mine a-boating, where will all come home? On goes the river, and out past the mill, away down the valley, away down the hill, away down the river, 100 miles or more. Other little children shall bring my boats ashore. Robert Louis Stevenson. Cleanliness. Come, my little Robert, near. Fie, what filthy hands are here! Who that e'er could understand the rare structure of a hand, with its branching fingers fine, work itself of hands divine, strong, yet delicately knit, for 10,000 uses fit. overlaid with so clear skin, you may see the blood within. Who this hand would choose to cover with a crust of dirt all over, till it looked, in hue and shape, like the forefoot of an ape? Man or boy that works or plays in the fields or the highways may, without offense or hurt, from the soil contract a dirt, which the next clear spring or river washes out, and out forever. But to cherish stains impure, soil deliberate to endear, on the skin to fix a stain, till it works into the grain, argues a degenerate mind, sordid, slothful, ill inclined, wanting in that self-respect which does virtue best protect. All endearing cleanliness, virtue next to godliness, easier, cheaper, needful duty to the body, health and beauty. Who that's human would refuse it when a little water does it? Charles and Mary Lamb. Wishing. Ring ting, I wish I were a primrose, a bright yellow primrose blowing in the spring. The sloping bough above me, the wandering bee to love me, the fern and moss to creep across, and the elm tree for our king. Nay, stay, I wish I were an elm tree, a great lofty elm tree, with green leaves gay. The winds would set them dancing, the sun and moonshine glance in, and birds would house among the boughs, and sweetly sing. Oh no, I wish I were a robin or a little wren, everywhere to go, through forest, field, or garden, and ask no leave or pardon, till winter comes with icy thumbs to ruffle up our wing. Well, tell, where should I fly to? Where go sleep in the dark wood or dell? Before the day was over, home must come the rover, for mother's kiss, sweeter this than any other thing. William Allingham. The boy. The boy from his bedroom window looked over the little town, and away to the bleak black upland, under a clouded moon. The moon came forth from her cavern. He saw the sudden gleam of a tarn in the swarthy moonland, or perhaps the whole was a dream. For I never could find that water, in all my walks and rides, far off in the land of memory, that midnight pool abides. Many fine things had I glimpsed of, and said, I shall find them one day. Whether within or without me they were, I cannot say. William Allington. Infant Joy. I have no name, I am but 2 days old. What shall I call thee? I happy am. Joy is my name. Sweet joy befall thee. Pretty joy. Sweet joy but 2 days old. Sweet joy I call thee. Thou dost smile. I sing thee while. Sweet joy befall thee. William Blake. A blessing for the blessed. When the sun has left the hilltop, and the daisy fringe is furled, when the birds from wood and meadow in their hidden nests are curled, Then I think of all the babies that are sleeping in the world. There are babies in the highlands, and babies in the low. There are pale ones wrapped in furry skins on the margin of the snow, and brown ones naked in the isles where all the spices grow. And some are in the palace on a white and downy bed, and some are in the garret with a clout beneath their head, and some are on the cold hard earth, whose mothers have no bread. O little men and women, dear flowers yet unblown, O little kings and beggars of the pageant yet unshown, sleep soft and dream pale dreams now, tomorrow is your own. Lawrence Alma Tadema. Piping down the valleys wild. Piping down the valleys wild, piping songs of pleasant glee. On a cloud I saw a child, and he, laughing, said to me, "Pipe a song about a lamb." So I piped with merry cheer. "Piper, pipe that song again." So I piped, he wept to hear. "Drop thy pipe, thy happy pipe. Sing thy songs of a happy cheer." So I sang the same again, while we wept with joy to hear. "Piper, sit thee down and write in a book that all may read." So he vanished from my sight, and I plucked a hollow reed, and I made a rural pen, and I stained the water clear, and I wrote my happy songs, every child may joy to hear. William Blake. A sleeping child. Lips, lips open. Up comes a little bird that lives inside. Up comes a little bird and peeps, and out he flies. All the day he sits inside, and sometimes he sings. Up he comes and out he goes at night to spread his wings. Little bird, whither will you go? Round about the world while nobody can know. Little bird, whither do you flee? Far away round the world while nobody can see. Little bird, how long will you roam? All round the world and around again home. Round the world, and back through the air. When the morning comes, the little bird is there. Back comes the little bird and looks, and in he flies. Up wakes the little boy and opens both his eyes. Sleep, sleep, little boy, little bird's away. Little bird will come again by the peep of day. Sleep, sleep, little boy, little bird must go round about the world while nobody can know. Sleep, sleep sound, little bird goes round, round and round he goes. Sleep, sleep sound. Arthur Hugh Clow. Birdies with broken wings. Birdies with broken wings hide from each other, but babies in trouble can run home to mother. Mary Mapes Dodge. 7 times 1. Exultation. There's no dew left on the daisies and clover. There's no rain left in heaven. I've said my 7 times over and over. 7 times 1 are 7. I am old, so old I can write a letter. My birthday lessons are done. The lambs play always, they know no better. They are only 1 times 1. O moon, in the night I have seen you sailing, and shining so round and low. You were bright, Ah, bright, but your light is failing. You are nothing now but a bow. You moon, have you done something wrong in heaven, that God has hidden your face? I hope, if you have, you will soon be forgiven, and shine again in your place. O velvet bee, you're a dusty fellow, you've powdered your legs with gold. O brave marsh Mary buds, rich and yellow, give me your money to hold. O columbine, open your folded wrapper, where two twin turtle doves dwell. O cuckoo pint, toll me the purple clapper that hangs in your clear green bell, and show me your nest with the young ones in it. I will not steal them away. I am old, you may trust me, linnet, linnet. I am 7 times 1 today. Jean Ingelow. I remember, I remember. I remember, I remember the house where I was born, the little window where the sun came peeping in at morn. He never came a wink too soon, nor brought too long a day. But now I often wish the night had borne my breath away. I remember the roses red and white, the violets and the lily cups, those flowers made of light, the lilacs where the robin built, and where my brother sat, the laburnum on his birthday, the tree is living yet. I remember, where I was used to swing, and though the air must rush as fresh to swallows on the wing, my spirit flew in feathers then, that is so heavy now, and summer pools could hardly cool the fever on my brow. I remember the fir trees dark and high. I used to think their slender tops were close against the sky. It was a childish ignorance, but now 'tis little joy to know I'm farther off from heaven than when I was a boy. Thomas Hood. Good night and good morning. A fair little girl sat under a tree, sewing as long as her eyes could see, then smoothed her work and folded it right, and said, "Dear work, good night, good night." Such a number of rooks came over her head, crying caw, caw, on their way to bed. She said, as she watched their curious flight, "Little black things, good night, good night." The horses neighed, and the oxen lowed, the sheep's bleat, bleat came over the road, all seeming to say with a quiet delight, "Good little girl, good night, good night." She did not say to the sun good night, though she saw him there like a ball of light, for she knew he had God's own time to keep all over the world, and never could sleep. The tall pink foxglove bowed his head, the violets curtsied and went to bed, and good little Lucy tied up her hair, and said on her knees her favorite prayer. And while on her pillow she softly lay, she knew nothing more till again it was day, and all things said to the beautiful sun, "Good morning, good morning, our work is begun." Lord Houghton. Richard Monckton Milnes. Little children. Sporting through the forest wide, playing by the water slide, wandering o'er the heathy fells, down within the woodland dells, all among the mountains wild, dwelleth many a little child. In the baron's hall of pride, by the poor man's dull fireside, mid the mighty, mid the mean, little children may be seen, like the flowers that spring up fair, bright and countless everywhere, in the fair isles of the main, in the desert's lonely domain, in the savage mountain glen, 'mong the tribes of swarthy men, wheresoe'er the sun hath shone on a league of peopled ground, little children may be found. Blessings on them! They in me move a kindly sympathy with their wishes, hopes, and fears, with their laughter and their tears, with their wonder so intense, and their small experience. Little children, not alone on the wide earth are ye known, mid its labors and its cares, mid its sufferings and its snares, free from sorrow, free from strife, in the world of love and life, where no sinful thing hath trod, in the presence of your God, spotless, blameless, glorified, little children, ye abide. Mary Howitt. The Angel's Whisper. A baby was sleeping, its mother was weeping, for her husband was far on the wild raging sea, and the tempest was swelling round the fisherman's dwelling, and she cried, "Dermot, darling, oh come back to me." Her beads while she numbered, the baby still slumbered, and smiled on her face as she bended her knee. Oh, blessed be that warning, thy sweet sleep adorning, for I know that the angels are whispering to thee. And while they are keeping bright watch o'er thy sleeping, oh, pray to them softly, my baby with me, and say thou wouldest rather they'd watch o'er thy father, for I know that the angels are whispering to thee. The dawn of the morning saw Dermot returning, and the wife wept with joy her babe's father to see, and closely caressing her child with a blessing, said, "I knew that the angels were whispering to thee." Samuel Lover. Little Garine. Where do the stars grow, little Garine? The garden of moons, is it far away? The orchard of suns, my little Garine, will you take us there some day? If you shut your eyes, quoth little Garine, I will show you the way to go to the orchard of suns, and the garden of moons, and the field where the stars do grow. But you must speak soft, quoth little Garine, and still must your footsteps be, for a great bear prowls in the field of stars, and the moons, they have men to see, and the suns have the children of signs to guard, and they have no pity at all. You must not stumble, you must not speak, when you come to the orchard wall. The gates are locked, quoth little Garline, but the way I'm going to tell, the key of your heart it will open them all, and there's where the darlings dwell. Sir Gilbert Parker. A letter to Lady Margaret Cavendish Halls Harley, when a child. My noble lovely little Peggy, let this my first epistle beg ye, at dawn of morn and close of even, to lift your heart and hands to heaven. In double duty say your prayer, Our Father first, then Notre Père. And dearest child, along the day, in everything you do and say, obey and please my lord and lady, so God shall love and angels aid ye. If to these precepts you attend, no second letter need I send, and so I rest your constant friend. Matthew Prior. Love and the child. Toys and treats and pleasures pass like a shadow in a glass, like the smoke that mounts on high, like a noonday's butterfly. Quick they come and quick they end, like the money that I spend. Some today, tomorrow more, short like those that went before. Mother, fold me to your knees. How much should I care for these little joys that come and go, if you did not love me so? And when things are sad or wrong, then I know that love is strong. When I ache or when I weep, then I know that love is deep. Father, now my prayer is said. Lay your hand upon my head. Pleasures pass from day to day, but I know that love will stay. While I sleep, it will be near. I shall wake and find it here. I shall feel it in the air when I say my morning prayer. Maker of this little heart, Lord of love, I know thou art. Little heart, though thou forget, still the love is round thee set. William Brighty Rands. Polly. Brown eyes, straight nose, dirt pies, rumpled clothes, torn books, spoilt toys, arch looks, unlike a boy's, little rages, obvious arts, three her ages, cakes, tarts, falling down off chairs, breaking crown downstairs, catching flies on the pane, deep sighs, cause not plain, bribing you with kisses, for a few farthing blisses, wide awake as you hear, mercy's sake, quiet, dear, new shoes, new frock, vague views of what's o'clock, when it's time to go to bed, and scorn sublime for what is said, folded hands, saying prayers, understands not nor cares, thinks it odd, smiles away, yet may God hear her pray. Bedgown white, kiss Dolly, good night, that's Polly, fast asleep, as you see, heaven keep my girl for me. William Brighty Rands. A chill. What can lambkins do all the keen night through? Nestle by their woolly mother, the careful ewe. What can nestlings do in the nightly dew? Sleep beneath their mother's wing till day breaks anew. If in field or tree there might only be such a warm, soft sleeping place found for me. Christina G. Rossetti. A child's laughter. All the bells of heaven may ring, all the birds of heaven may sing, all the wells on earth may spring, all the winds on earth may bring, all sweet sounds together, sweeter far than all things heard, hand of harper, tone of bird, sound of woods at sundawn stirred, welling waters, winsome word, wind in warm, wan weather. One thing yet there is that none, hearing its chime be done, knows not well, the sweetest one, heard of man beneath the sun, hoped in heaven hereafter, soft and strong and loud and light, very sound of very light, heard from morning's rosiest height, when the soul of all delight fills a child's clear laughter. Golden bells of welcome rolled, never forth such note nor told, hours so blithe in tones so bold, as the radiant month of gold, here that rings forth heaven. If the golden crested wren were a nightingale, why then something seen and heard of men might be half as sweet as when laughs a child of 7. Algernon C. Swinburne. The World's Music. The world's a very happy place, where every child should dance and sing, and always have a smiling face, and never sulk for anything. I waken when the mornings come, and feel the air and light alive, with strange sweet music like the hum of bees about their busy hive. The linnets play among the leaves, at hide and seek, and chirp and sing, while flashing to and from the eaves, the swallows twitter on the wing. And twigs that shake, and boughs that sway, and tall old trees you could not climb, and winds that come but cannot stay, are singing gaily all the time. From dawn to dark the old mill wheel makes music going round and round, and dusty white with flour and meal the miller whistles to its sound. The brook that flows beside the mill, as happy as a brook can be, goes singing its old song until it learns the singing of the sea. For every wave upon the sands sings songs you never tire to hear, of laden ships from sunny lands, where it is summer all the year. And if you listen to the rain, where leaves and birds and bees are dumb, you hear it pattering on the pane, like Andrew beating on his drum. The coals beneath the kettle croon, and clap their hands and dance in glee, and even the kettle hums a tune to tell you when it's time for tea. The world is such a happy place that children, whether big or small, should always have a smiling face, and never, never sulk at all. Gabriel Setoun. The Little Land. When at home alone I sit, and am very tired of it, I have just to shut my eyes, to go sailing through the skies, to go sailing far away, to the pleasant land of play, to the fairyland afar, where the little people are, where the clover tops are trees, and the rain pools are the seas, and the leaves like little ships sail about on tiny trips, and above the daisy tree, through the grasses, high o'erhead the bumblebee hums and passes. In that forest to and fro I can wander, I can go. I see the spider and the fly, and the ants go marching by, carrying parcels with their feet down the green and grassy street. I can in the sorrel sit, where the ladybird alit. I can climb the jointed grass, and on high see the greater swallows pass in the sky, and the round sun rolling by, heeding no such thing as I. Through the forest I can pass, till, as in a looking glass, humming fly and daisy tree, and my tiny self I see, painted very clear and neat, on the rain pool at my feet. Should a leaflet come to land, drifting near to where I stand, straight I'll board that tiny boat, round the rain pool sea to float. Little thoughtful creatures sit on the grassy coasts of it. Little things with lovely eyes see me sailing with surprise. Some are clad in armor green, these have sure to battle been. Some are pied with every hue, black and crimson, gold and blue. Some have wings and swift are gone, but they all look kindly on. When my eyes I once again open and see all things plain, high bare walls, great bare floor, great big knobs on drawer and door, great big people
perched on chairs, stitching tucks and mending tears, each a hill that I could climb, and talking nonsense all the time. Oh dear me, that I could be a sailor on the rainbow sea, a climber in the clover tree, and just come back, a sleepy head, late at night to go to bed. Robert Louis Stevenson. In a garden. Baby, see the flowers. Baby sees fairer things than these, fairer though they be than dreams of ours. Baby, hear the birds. Baby knows better songs than those, sweeter though they sound than sweetest words. Baby, see the moon. Baby's eyes laugh to watch it rise, answering light with love and night with noon. Baby, hear the sea. Baby's face takes a graver grace, touched with wonder what the sound may be. Baby, see the star. Baby's hand opens warm and bland, calm in claim of all things fair that are. Baby, hear the bells. Baby's head bows as ripe for bed. Now the flowers curl round and close their cells. Baby, flower of light, sleep and see brighter dreams than we, till good day shall smile away good night. Algernon Charles Swinburne. Little Gustava. 1. Little Gustava sits in the sun, safe in the porch, and the little drops run from the icicles under the eaves so fast, for the bright spring sun shines warm at last, and glad is little Gustava. 2. She wears a quaint little scarlet cap, and a little green bowl she holds in her lap, filled with bread and milk to the brim, and a wreath of marigolds round the rim. Ha ha, laughs little Gustava. 3. Up comes her little gray coaxing cat, with her pink nose, and she mews, what's that? Gustava feeds her, she begs for more, and a little brown hen walks in at the door. Good day, cries little Gustava. 4. She scatters crumbs for the little brown hen. There comes a rush and a flutter, and then down fly her little white doves so sweet, with their snowy wings and crimson feet. Welcome, cries little Gustava. 5. So dainty and eager they pick up the crumbs, but who is this through the doorway comes? Little Scotch terrier, little dog Rags, looks in her face, and his funny tail wags. Ha ha, laughs little Gustava. 6. You want some breakfast too? And down she sets her bowl on brick floor brown, and little dog Rags drinks up her milk, while she strokes his shaggy locks like silk. Dear Rags, says little Gustava. 7. Waiting without stood sparrow and crow, cooling their feet in the melting snow. Won't you come in, good folk, she cried, but they were too bashful and stood outside. Though, pray come in, cried Gustava. 8. So the last she threw them, and knelt on the mat, with doves and biddy and dog and cat, and her mother came to the open house door. Dear little daughter, I bring you some more, my merry little Gustava. 9. Kitty and terrier, biddy and doves, all things harmless Gustava loves. The shy, kind creatures 'tis joy to feed, and oh, her breakfast is sweet indeed to happy little Gustava. Celia Thaxter. A bunch of roses. The rosy mouth and rosy toe of little baby brother, until about a month ago, had never met each other. But nowadays the neighbors sweet, in every sort of weather, halfway with rosy fingers meet, to kiss and play together. John B. Tabb. The Child at Bethlehem. Long, long before the babe could speak, when he would kiss his mother's cheek, and to her bosom press, the brightest angels standing near would turn away to hide a tear, for they are motherless. John B. Tabb. After the storm. And when, its force expended, the harmless storm was ended, and as the sunrise splendid came blushing o'er the sea, I thought, as day was breaking, my little girls were waking, and smiling and making a prayer at home for me. William Makepeace Thackeray. Lucy Gray. Oft I had heard of Lucy Gray, and when I crossed the wild, I chanced to see at break of day the solitary child. No mate, no comrade, Lucy knew. She dwelt on a wide moor, the sweetest thing that ever grew beside a human door. You yet may spy the fawn at play, the hare upon the green, but the sweet face of Lucy Gray will never more be seen. To-night will be a stormy night. You to the town must go, and take a lantern, child, to light your mother through the snow. That, father, will I gladly do. 'Tis scarcely afternoon. The minster clock has just struck 2, and yonder is the moon. At this his father raised his hook, and snapped a faggot band. He plied his work, and Lucy took the lantern in her hand. Not blither is the mountain row, with many a wanton stroke. Her feet disperse the powdery snow that rises up like smoke. The storm came on before its time. She wandered up and down, and many a hill did Lucy climb, but never reached the town. The wretched parents all that night went shouting far and wide, but there was neither sound nor sight to serve them for a guide. At daybreak on a hill they stood that overlooked the moor, and thence they saw the bridge of wood a furlong from their door. They wept and turning homeward cried, "In heaven we all shall meet," when in the snow the mother spied the print of Lucy's feet. Then downwards from the steep hill's edge they tracked the footmarks small, and through the broken hawthorn hedge, and by the low stone wall. And then an open field they crossed, the marks were still the same. They tracked them on, nor ever lost, and to the bridge they came. They followed from the snowy bank those footmarks one by one, into the middle of the plank, and further there were none. Yet some maintain that to this day she is a living child, that you may see Lucy Gray upon the lonesome wild. O'er rough and smooth she trips along, and never looks behind, and sings a solitary song that whistles in the wind. Williams Wordsworth. Deaf and dumb. He lies on the grass, looking up to the sky. Blue butterflies pass like a breath or a sigh. The shy little hare runs confidingly near, and wise rabbits stare with inquiry, not fear. Gay squirrels have found him, and made him their choice. All creatures flock round him, and seem to rejoice. Wild ladybirds leap on his cheek fresh and fair. Young partridges creep, nestling under his hair. Brown honey bees drop something sweet on his lips. Rash grasshoppers hop on his round finger-tips. Birds hover above him with musical call. All things seem to love him, and he loves them all. Is nothing afraid of the boy lying there? Would all nature aid if he wanted its care? Things timid and wild with soft eagerness come. Ah, poor little child, he is deaf, he is dumb. But what can have brought him? But how can they know? What instinct has taught them to cherish him so? Since first he could walk, they have served him like this. His lips could not talk, but they found they could kiss. They made him a court, and they crowned him a king. Ah, who could have thought of so lovely a thing? They found him so pretty, they gave him their hearts, and some divine pity has taught them their parts. A. The Blind Boy. Oh, say, what is that thing called light, which I must ne'er enjoy? What are the blessings of the sight? Oh, tell your poor blind boy. You talk of wondrous things you see. You say the sun shines bright. I feel him warm, but how can he make either day or night? My day and night myself I make, whene'er I sleep or play. And could I always keep awake, with me there were always day. With heavy sighs I often hear you mourn my hapless woe, but sure with patience I can bear a loss I ne'er can know. Then let not what I cannot have my peace of mind destroy. Whilst thus I sing, I am a king, although a poor blind boy. Colley Cibber. End of chapter 6. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter number 7 of the Posy Ring, a book of verse for children, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Playtime Poems. The world's a very happy place, where every child should dance and sing, and always have a smiling face, and never sulk for anything. Gabriel Setoun. A Boy's Song. Where the pools are bright and deep, where the gray trout lies asleep, up the river and o'er the lea, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the blackbird sings the latest, where the hawthorn blooms the sweetest, where the nestlings chirp and flee, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the mowers mow the cleanest, where the hay lies thick and greenest, there to trace the homeward bee, that's the way for Billy and me. Where the hazel bank is steepest, where the shadow falls the deepest, where the clustering nuts fall free, that's the way for Billy and me. Why the boys should drive away little sweet maidens from the play, or love to banter and fight so well, that's the thing I never could tell. But this I know, I love to play through the meadow, among the hay, up the water and o'er the lea, that's the way for Billy and me. James Hogg. The Ettrick Shepherd. The Lost Doll. I once had a sweet little doll, dears, the prettiest doll in the world. Her cheeks were so red and white, dears, and her hair was so charmingly curled. But I lost my poor little doll, dears, as I played on the heath one day, and I cried for her more than a week, dears, but I never could find where she lay. I found my poor little doll, dears, as I played on the heath one day. Folks say she is terrible changed, dears, for her paint is all washed away, and her arms trodden off by the cows, dear, and her hair not the least bit curled. Yet for old sake's sake she is still, dears, the prettiest doll in the world. Charles Kingsley. Dolladine. This is her picture, Dolladine, the beautifulest doll that ever was seen. Oh, what nosegays! Oh, what sashes! Oh, what beautiful eyes and lashes! Oh, what a precious, perfect pet! On each instep a pink rosette, little blue shoes for her little blue tots, elegant ribbons in bows and knots. Her hair is powdered, her arms are straight, only feel, she is quite a weight. Her legs are limp, though. Stand up, miss. What a beautiful buttoned up mouth to kiss. William Brighty Rands. Dressing the doll. This is the way we dress the doll. You may make her a shepherdess, the doll, if you give her a crook with a pastoral hook. But this is the way we dress the doll. Bless the doll, you may press the doll, but do not crumple and mess the doll. This is the way we dress the doll. First you observe her little chemise, as white as milk, with ruches of silk, and the little drawers that cover her knees, as she sits or stands with golden bands, and lace in beautiful filigrees. This is the way we dress the doll. You may make her a shepherdess, the doll, if you give her a crook with a pastoral hook. But this is the way we dress the doll. Bless the doll, you may press the doll, but do not crumple or mess the doll. This is the way we dress the doll. Now these are the bodies, she has two, one of pink with ruches of blue, and sweet white lace, be careful do, and one of green, with buttons of sheen, buttons and bands of gold I mean, with lace on the border in lovely order, the most expensive we can afford her. This is the way we dress the doll. You may make her a shepherdess, the doll, if you give her a crook with a pastoral hook. But this is the way we dress the doll. Bless the doll, you may press the doll, but do not crumple or mess the doll. This is the way we dress the doll. Then, with black at the border, jacket, and this, she will not lack it. Skirts? Why, there are skirts, of course, and shoes and stockings we shall enforce, with a proper bodice in the proper place. Stays that lace have had their days, and made their martyrs, likewise garters, all entire. But our desire is to show you her night attire, at least a part of it. Pray admire this sweet white thing that she goes to bed in. It's not the one that's made for her wedding. That is special, a new design, made with a charm and a countersign. 3 times 3 and 9 times 9. These are only her usual clothes. Look, there's a wardrobe. Gracious knows, it's pretty enough as far as it goes. So you see the way we dress the doll. You might make her a shepherdess, the doll, if you gave her a crook with a pastoral hook, with sheep and a shed and shallow brook, and all that out of the poetry book. This is the way we dress the doll. You may make her a shepherdess, the doll, if you give her a crook with a pastoral hook. But This is the way we dress the doll. Bless the doll, you may press the doll, but do not crumple and mess the doll. This is the way we dress the doll. If you had not seen, could you guess the doll? William Brighty Rands. The Peddler's Caravan. I wished I lived in a caravan, with a horse to drive like a peddler man. Where he comes from nobody knows, or where he goes to, but on he goes. His caravan has windows too, and a chimney of tin, that the smoke comes through. He has a wife, with a baby brown, and they go riding from town to town. Chairs to mend, and delf to sell. He clashes the basins like a bell. Tea trays, baskets ranged in order, plates with the alphabet round the border. The roads are brown and the sea is green, but his house is just like a bathing machine. The world is round and he can ride, rumble and splash to the other side. With the peddler man I should like to roam, and write a book when I came home. All the people would read my book, just like the travels of Captain Cook. William Brighty Rands. A Sea Song from the Shore. Hail ho, sail ho, ahoy, ahoy, ahoy! Who calls to me, so far at sea? Only a little boy. Sail ho, hail ho, the sailor he sails the sea. I wish he would capture a little sea horse, and send him home to me. I wish as he sails through the tropical gales, he would catch me a seabird too, with its silver wings, and the song it sings, and its breast of down and dew. I wish he would catch me a little mermaid, some island where he lands, with her dripping curls, and her crown of pearls, and the looking glass in her hands. Hail ho, sail far o'er the fabulous main. And if I were a sailor, I'd sail with you, though I never sailed back again. James Whitcomb Riley. The Land of Story Books. Footnote from A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson, by permission of Charles Scribner's Sons. End footnote. At evening when the lamp is lit, around the fire my parents sit. They sit at home and talk and sing, and do not play at anything. Now with my little gun I crawl, all in the dark along the wall, and follow round the forest track, away behind the sofa back. There, in the night, where none can spy, all in my hunter's camp I lie, and play at books that I have read, till it is time to go to bed. These are the hills, these are the woods, these are my starry solitudes, and there the river by whose brink the roaring lions come to drink. I see the others far away, as if in firelit camp they lay, and I, like to an Indian scout, around their party prowled about. So when my nurse comes in for me, home I return across the sea, and go to bed with backward looks at my dear land of story books. Robert Louis Stevenson. The City Child. Dainty little maiden, whither would you wander? Whither from this pretty home, the home where mother dwells? Far and far away, said the dainty little maiden, all among the gardens, auriculas, anemones, roses and lilies and Canterbury bells. Dainty little maiden, whither would you wander? Whither from this pretty house, this city house of ours? Far and far away, said the dainty little maiden, all among the meadows, the clover and the clematis, daisies and kingcups and honeysuckle flowers. Alfred, Lord Tennyson. Going into breeches. Joy to Philip, he this day Has his long coats cast away, And the childish season gone. Put the manly breeches on. Officer on gay parade, Red coat in his first cockade, Bridegroom in his wedding trim, Birthday beau surpassing him, Never did with conscious gait Strut about in half the state, Or the pride, yet free from sin, Of my little mannikin. Never was there pride or bliss Half so rational as his. Sashes, frocks, to those that need 'em, Philip's limbs have got their freedom. He can run, or he can ride, And do 20 things beside, Which his petticoats forbade. Is he not a happy lad? Now he's under other banners, He must leave his former manners, Bid adieu to female games, And forget their very names. Puss in corners, hide and seek, Sports for girls, and punnies weak. Base the bear he now may play at, Leapfrog, football, sport away at. Show his skill and strength at cricket, Mark his distance, pitch his wicket. Run about in winter's snow, Till his cheeks and fingers glow. Climb a tree or scale a wall, Without any fear to fall. If he get a hurt or bruise, To complain he must refuse. Through the anguish and the smart, Go unto his little heart. He must have his courage ready, Keep his voice and visage steady, Brace his eyeballs stiff as drum, That a tear may never come. And his grief must only speak From the color in his cheek. This and more he must endure, Hero he, in miniature. This and more must now be done, Now the breeches are put on. Charles and Mary Lamb. Hunting Song. Up, up, ye dames and lasses gay, To the meadows trip away. 'Tis you must tend the flocks this morn, And scare the small birds from the corn. Not a soul at home may stay, For the shepherds must go, With lance and bow, To hunt the wolf in the woods to day. Leave the hearth and leave the house, To the cricket and the mouse. Find grandam out a sunny seat, With babe and lambkin at her feet. Not a soul at home may stay, For the shepherds must go, With lance and bow, To hunt the wolf in the woods to day. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Hie away. Hie away, over bank and over brae, Where the copsewood is the greenest, Where the fountains glisten sheenest, Where the lady fern grows strongest, Where the morning dew lies longest, Where the blackcock sweetest sips it, Where the fairy latest trips it. Hie to haunts right seldom seen, Lovely, lonesome, cool and green, Over bank and over brae, Hie away, hie away. Sir Walter Scott. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Posy Ring, a book of verse, for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Story Time Poems. And I made a rural pen, and I stained the water clear, and I wrote my happy songs, every child may joy to hear. William Blake. The Fairy Folk. Come cuddle close in Daddy's coat, beside the fire so bright, and hear about the fairy folk that wander in the night. For when the stars are shining clear, and all the world is still, they float across the silver moon, from hill to cloudy hill. Their caps of red, their cloaks of green, are hung with silver bells, and when they're shaken with the wind, their merry ringing swells. And riding on the crimson moth, with black spots on his wings, they guide them down the purple sky with golden bridal rings. They love to visit girls and boys, to see how sweet they sleep, to stand beside their cozy cots, and at their faces peep. For in the whole of fairyland they have no finer sight than little children sleeping sound with faces rosy bright, on tiptoe crowding round their heads. When bright the moonlight beams, they whisper little tender words that fill their minds with dreams. And when they see a sunny smile with lightest fingertips, they lay 100 kisses sweet upon the ruddy lips. And then the little spotted moths spread out their crimson wings, and bear away the fairy crowd with shaking bridal rings. Come bairnies, hide in Daddy's coat, beside the fire so bright. Perhaps the little fairy folk will visit you tonight. Robert Bird. A Fairy in Armor. He put his acorn helmet on. It was plumed of the silk of the thistle down. The corslet plate that guarded his breast was once the wild bee's golden vest. His cloak of 1,000 mingled dyes was formed of the wings of butterflies. His shield was the shell of a ladybug green, studs of gold on a ground of green. And the quivering lance which he brandished bright was the sting of a wasp he had slain in fight. Swift he bestrode his firefly steed, he bared his blade of the bent grass blue. He drove his spears of the cockle seed, and away like a glance of thought he flew, to skim the heavens and follow far the fiery trail of the rocket star. Joseph Rodman Drake. The Last Voyage of the Fairies. Down the bright stream the fairies float, a water lily is their boat. Long rushes they for paddles take, their mainsail of a bat's wing make. The tackle is of cobwebs neat, with glow-worm lanterns all complete. So down the broadening stream they float, with Puck as pilot of the boat. The queen on speckled moth wings lies, and lifts at times her languid eyes, to mark the green and mossy spots, where bloom the blue forget-me-nots. Oberon on his rosebud throne claims the fair valley as his own, and elves and fairies with a shout, which may be heard a yard about, hail him as Elfland's mighty king, and hazelnuts in homage bring, and bend the unreluctant need, and wave their wands in loyalty. Down the broad stream the fairies float, an unseen power impels their boat. The banks fly past each wooded scene, the elder copse, the poplars green, and soon they feel the briny breeze, with salt and savor of the seas. Still down the stream the fairies float, An unseen power impels their boat until they mark the rushing tide within the estuary wide. And now they're tossing on the sea, where waves roll high and winds blow free. Ah, mortal vision nevermore shall see the fairies on the shore, or watch upon a summer night their mazy dances of delight. Far, far away upon the sea, the waves roll high, the breeze blows free. The queen on speckled moth wings lies, slow gazing with a strange surprise. Where swim the sea nymphs on the tide, or on the backs of dolphins ride. The king upon his nosebud throne pales as he hears the waters moan. The elves have ceased their sportive play, hushed by the slowly sinking day. And still afar, afar they float, the fairies in their fragile boat, further and further from the shore, and lost to mortals evermore. W. H. Davenport Adams. A New Fern. A fairy has found a new fern, a lovely surprise of the May. She stamps her wee foot, looks uncommonly stern, and keeps other fairies at bay. She watches it flourish and grow. What exquisite pleasure is hers! She kisses it, strokes it, and fondles it so, I almost believe that she purrs. Of all the most beautiful things, none brighter than this I discern, to be a young fairy with glittering wings, and then to discover a fern. A. The Child and the Fairies. The woods are full of fairies, the trees are alive, the river overflows with them, see how they dip and dive. What funny little fellows, what dainty little dears, they dance and leap and prance and peep and utter fairy cheers. I'd like to tame a fairy, to keep it on a shelf, to see it wash its little face and dress its little self. I'd teach it pretty manners, it always should say please, and then you know I'd make it so, and curtsy with its knees. A. The Little Elf. I met a little elfman once, down where the lilies blow. I asked him why he was so small, and why he didn't grow. He slightly frowned, and with his eye he looked me through and through. I'm quite as big for me, he said, as you are big for you. John Kendrick Bangs. 1, 2, 3. It was an old lady, and a boy that was half past 3, and the way that they played together was beautiful to see. She couldn't go romping and jumping, and the boy no more could he, for he was a thin little fellow with a thin little twisted knee. They sat in the yellow sunlight, out under the maple tree, and the game that they played I'll tell you, just as it was told to me. It was hide and go seek they were playing, though you'd never have known it to be, with an old lady, and a boy with a twisted knee. The boy would bend his face down on his little sound right knee, and he guessed where she was hiding, in guesses 1, 2, 3. You are in the china closet, he would cry and laugh with glee. It wasn't the china closet, but he still had 2 and 3. You are up in Papa's big bedroom, in the chest with the queer old key. And she said, you are warm and warmer, but you are not quite right, said she. It can't be the little cupboard where Mamma's things used to be. So it must be in the clothes press, Grandma, and he found her with his three. Then she covered her face with her fingers that were wrinkled and white and wee, and she guessed where the boy was hiding with a 1 and a 2 and a 3, and they never had stirred from their places right under the maple tree. This old lady, and the boy with the lame little knee. This dear old lady, and the boy who was half past 3. Henry C. Bunner. What may happen to a thimble? Come about the meadow, hunt here and there. Where's mother's thimble? Can you tell where? Jane saw her wearing it. Fan saw it fall. Ned isn't sure that she dropped it at all. Has a mouse carried it down to her hole? Home full of twilight, shade small soul. Can she be darning there, the light fails? Small ragged stockings, tiny torn tails. Did a finch fly with it into the hedge, or a reed warbler down in the sedge? Are they carousing there all the night through? Such a great goblet, brimful of dew. Have beetles crept with it where oak roots hide? There have they settled it down on its side. Neat little kennel, so cozy and dark, has one crept into it, trying to bark. Have the ants covered it with straw and sand? Roomy bell tent for them, so tall and grand, where the red soldier ants lie loll and lean, while the blacks steadily build for their queen. Has a huge dragonfly borne it, how cool, to his snug dressing room by the clear pool? There he will try it on for a new hat, nobody watching but one water rat. Did the flowers fight for it while undecried? One selfish daisy slipped it aside. Now has she plunged in it close to her feet. Nice private water tank for summer heat. Did spiders snatch at it, wanting to look at the bright pebbles which lie in the brook? Now are they using it? Nobody knows. Safe little diving bell, shutting so close. Hunt for it, hope for it, all through the moss. Dip for it, grope for it, 'tis such a loss. Jane finds a drop of dew, Fan finds a stone. I find the thimble, which is mother's own. Run with it, fly with it, don't let it fall. All did their best for it, mother thanks all. Just as we give it her, think what a shame. Ned says he's sure that it isn't the same. B. Discontent. Down in a field one day in June, the flowers all bloomed together, save one, who tried to hide herself, and drooped that pleasant weather. A robin who had flown too high, and felt a little lazy, was resting near a buttercup, who wished she were a daisy. For daisies grew so trig and tall, she always had a passion for wearing frills around her neck, in just the daisy's fashion. And buttercups must always be the same old tiresome color, while daisies dress in gold and white, although their gold is duller. Dear Robin, said the sad young flower, perhaps you'd not mind trying to find a nice white frill for me some day when you are flying. You silly thing, the robin said, I think you must be crazy. I'd rather be my honest self than any made-up daisy. You're nicer in your own bright gown, the the little children love you. Be the best buttercup you can, and think no flower above you. Though swallows leave me out of sight, we'd better keep our places. Perhaps the world would all go wrong with one too many daisies. Look bravely up into the sky, and be content with knowing that God wished for a buttercup just here where you are growing. Sarah Orne Jewett. The Nightingale and the Glowworm. A nightingale that all day long had cheered the village with his song, nor yet at eve his note suspended, nor yet when eventide was ended, began to feel, as well he might, the keen demands of appetite, when looking eagerly around, he spied far off upon the ground a something shining in the dark, and knew the glowworm by his spark. So stooping down from hawthorn top, he thought to put him in his crop. The worm, aware of his intent, harangued him thus, right eloquent. Did you admire my lamp, quoth he, as much as I your ministry? You would abhor to do me wrong, as much as I to spoil your song. For 'twas the selfsame power divine taught you to sing and me to shine, that you with music, I with light, might beautify and cheer the night. The songster heard this short oration, and warbling out his approbation, released him as my story tells, and found a supper somewhere else. William Cowper. Thanksgiving Day. Over the river and through the wood, to grandfather's house we go. The horse knows the way to carry the sleigh through the white and drifted snow. Over the river and through the wood, oh, how the wind does blow! It stings the toes and bites the nose as over the ground we go. Over the river and through the wood, to have a first-rate play. Hear the bells ring, ting-a-ling-ding, hooray for Thanksgiving Day. Over the river and through the wood, trot fast my dapple gray. Spring over the ground like a hunting hound, for this is Thanksgiving Day. Over the river and through the wood, and straight through the barnyard gate, we seem to go extremely slow, it is so hard to wait. Over the river and through the wood, now grandmother's cap I spy. Hooray for the fun, is the pudding done? Hooray for the pumpkin pie. Lynda Marie Child. A Thanksgiving Fable. It was a hungry pussy cat upon Thanksgiving morn, and she watched a thankful little mouse that ate an ear of corn. If I ate that thankful little mouse, how thankful he should be, when he has made a meal himself to make a meal for me. Then with his thanks for having fed, and his thanks for feeding me, with all his thankfulness inside, how thankful I shall be. Thus mused the hungry pussy-cat upon Thanksgiving Day. But the little mouse had overheard and declined with thanks to stay. Oliver Herford. The Magpie's Nest, a Fable. When the arts in their infancy were, in a fable of old 'tis expressed, a wise magpie constructed that rare little house for young birds called a nest. This was talked of the whole country round. You might hear it on every bough sung. Now no longer upon the rough ground will fond mothers brood over their young, for the magpie with exquisite skill has invented a moss-covered cell, within which a whole family will, in the utmost security, dwell. To her mate each female bird say, "Let us fly to the magpie, my dear. If she will but teach us the way, a nest we will build us up here. It's a thing that's close arched overhead, with a hole made to creep out and in. We, my bird, might make just a bed, if we only knew how to begin." To the magpie soon every bird went, and in modest terms made their request, that she would be pleased to consent to teach them to build up a nest. She replied, "I will show you the way, so observe everything that I do. First 2 sticks cross each other I lay. To be sure," said the crow, "why I knew it must be begun with 2 sticks, and I thought that they crossed should be," said the pie. "Then some straw and moss mix, in the way you now see done by me." "Oh, yes, certainly," said the jackdaw. "That must follow, of course, I have thought, though I never before building saw. I guess that without being taught. More moss, straw, and feathers I place, in this manner," continued the pie. "Yes, no doubt, madam, that is the case, though no builder myself, so thought I." Whatever she taught them beside, in his turn every bird of them said, though the nest-making art he'd never tried, he had just a thought in his head. Still the pie went on showing her art, till a nest she had built half-way. She no more of her skill would impart, but in her anger went fluttering away. And this speech in their hearing she made, as she perched o'er their heads on a tree: "If you all were well skilled in my trade, pray why came ye to learn it of me? When a scholar is willing to learn, he with silent submission should hear. Too late they their folly discern, the effect to this day does appear. For whenever a pie's nest you see, her charming warm canopy view, all birds' nests but hers seem to be a magpie's nest just cut in 2. Charles and Mary Lamb. The Owl and the Pussycat. The owl and the pussycat went to sea, in a beautiful pea-green boat. They took some honey and plenty of money, wrapped up in a 5-pound note. The owl looked up to the moon above, and sang to a small guitar, "Oh, lovely pussy, oh, pussy, my love, what a beautiful pussy you are, you are, what a beautiful pussy you are." Pussy said to the owl, "You elegant fowl, how wonderful sweet you sing! Oh, let us be married, too long we have tarried, but what shall we do for a ring?" They sailed away for a year and a day, to the land where the bong tree grows, and there in a wood a piggy wig stood, with a ring at the end of his nose. His nose, with a ring at the end of his nose. "Dear pig, are you willing to sell for 1 shilling your ring?" Said the piggy, "I will." So they took it away, and were married next day, by the turkey who lives on the hill. They dined upon mince and slices of quince, which they ate with a runculple spoon. And hand in hand on the edge of the sand, they danced by the light of the moon. The moon. They danced by the light of the moon. Edward Lear. A lobster quadrille. Will you walk a little faster? Said a whitening to a snail. There's a porpoise close behind us, and he's treading on my tail. See how eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance. They are waiting on the shingle. Will you come and join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance? You can really have no notion how delightful it will be when they take us up and throw us with the lobsters out to sea. But the snail replied, too far, and gave a look askance. Said he thanked the whitening kindly, but he would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not, would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not join the dance. What matters it how far we go? His scaly friend replied. There is another shore, you know, upon the other side. The further off from England, the nearer is to France. Then turn not pale, beloved snail, but come and join the dance. Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance? Lewis Carroll. The Fairies Shopping. Where do you think the fairies go shopping? To buy their blankets the snow. When autumn comes with frosty days, the sorry, shivering little fays begin to think it's time to creep down to their caves for winter sleep. But first they come from far and near to buy where shops are not too dear. The wind and frost brings prices down, so falls their time to come to town, where on the hillside rough and steep browse all day long the cows and sheep. The mulleins' yellow candles burn over the heads of dry sweet fern. All summer long the mullein weaves his soft and thick and woolly leaves. Warmer blankets were never seen than those broad leaves of fuzzy green. The cost of each is but a shekel, made from the gold of honey shekel, to buy their sheets and fine white lace, with which to trim a pillow case. They only have to go next door, where stands a sleek brown spider's store, and there they find the misty threads ready to cut into sheets and spreads. Then for a pillow pluck with care some soft winged seeds as light as air. Just what they want the thistle brings, but thistles are such surely things. And so though it is somewhat high, the clematis the fairies buy. The only bedsteads that they need are silky pods of ripe milkweed, with hangings of the dearest things, autumn leaves or butterflies' wings, and dandelions' fuzzy heads they use to stuff their feather beds, and yellow snapdragons supply the nightcaps that the fairies buy, to which some blades of grass they pin, and tie them 'neath each little chin. Then, shopping done, the fairies cry, our summer's gone, oh sweet goodbye. And sadly to their caves they go, to hide away from winter snow. And then, though winds and storms may beat, the fairies' sleep is warm and sweet. Margaret Deland. Fable. The mountain and the squirrel had a quarrel, and the former called the latter little prig. Bun replied, you are doubtless very big, but all sorts of things and weather must be taken in together to make up a year and a sphere, and I think it no disgrace to occupy my place. If I'm not so large as you, you are not so small as I, and not half so spry. I'll not deny you make a very pretty squirrel track. Talents differ, all is well and wisely put. If I cannot carry forests on my back, neither can you crack a nut. Ralph Waldo Emerson. A Midsummer Song. Oh, father's gone to market town. He was up before the day, and Jamie's after robins, and the man is making hay. And whistling down the hollow goes the boy that minds the mill, while mother from the kitchen door is calling with a will, Polly, Polly, the cows are in the corn. Oh, where's Polly? From all the misty morning air there comes a summer sound, a murmur as of waters from skies and trees and ground. The birds they sing upon the wing, the pigeons bill and coo, and over hill and hollow rings again the loud halloo. Polly, Polly, the cows are in the corn. Oh, where's Polly? Above the trees the honey bees swarm by with buzz and boom, and in the field and garden 1,000 blossoms bloom. Within the farmer's meadow a brown-eyed daisy blows, and down at the edge of the hollow a red and thorny rose. But Polly, Polly, the cows are in the corn. Oh, where's Polly? How strange at such a time of day the mill should stop its clatter. The farmer's wife is listening now and wonders what's the matter. Oh, while the birds are singing in the wood and on the hill, while whistling up the hollow goes the boy that minds the mill. But Polly, Polly, the cows are in the corn. Oh, where's Polly? Richard Watson Gilder. The Fairies of the Cauldron Low. And where have you been, my Mary? And where have you been from me? I've been to the top of the cauldron low, the midsummer night to see. And what did you see, my Mary, all up on the cauldron low? I saw the blithe sunshine come down, and I saw the merry winds blow. And what did you hear, my Mary, up on the cauldron hill? I heard the drops of water made, and I heard the corn ears fill. Oh, tell me all, my Mary, all that ever you know, for you must have seen the fairies last night on the cauldron low. Then take me on your knee, mother, and listen, mother of mine. 100 fairies danced last night, and the harpers they were 9. And merry was the glee of the harp strings, and their dancing feet so small. But oh, the sound of their talking was merrier far than all. And what were the words, my Mary, that you did hear them say? I'll tell you all, my mother, but let me have my way. And some they played with the water, and rolled it down the hill. And this, they say, shall speedily turn the poor old miller's mill. For there has been no water ever since the 1st of May, and a busy man shall the miller be by the dawning of the day. Oh, the miller, how he will laugh when he sees the mill dam rise. The jolly old miller, how he will laugh till the tears fill both his eyes. And some they seized the little winds that sounded over the hill, and each put a horn into his mouth and blew so sharp and shrill. And there, said they, the merry winds go, away from every horn, and those shall clear the mildew dank from the blind old widow's corn. Oh, the poor blind widow! Though she has been blind so long, she'll be merry enough when the mildew's gone, and the corn stands stiff and strong. And some they brought the brown linseed, and flung it down from the low, and this, said they, by the sunrise, in the weaver's croft shall grow. Oh, the poor lame weaver, how will he laugh outright, when he sees his dwindling flax field, all full of flowers by night. And then spoke a brownie, with a long beard on his chin. I have spun up all the tow, said he, and I want some more to spin. I spun a piece of hempen cloth, and I want to spin another, a little sheet for Mary's bed, and an apron for her mother. And with that I could not help but laugh, and I laughed out loud and free. And then on top of the cauldron low, there was no one left but me. And all on top of the cauldron low, the mists were cold and grey, and nothing I saw but the mossy stones that round about me lay. But as I came down from the hilltop, I heard afar below how busy the jolly old miller was, and how merry the wheel did go. And I peeped into the widow's field, and sure enough was seen the yellow ears of the mildweed corn, all standing stiff and green. And down by the weeder's croft I stole, to see if the flax were high. But I saw the weaver at his gate, with the good news in his eye. Now this is all that I heard, mother, and all that I did see. So prithee make my bed, mother, for I'm tired as I can be. Mary Howitt. The Elf and the Dormouse. Under a toadstool crept a wee elf, out of the rain to shelter himself. Under the toadstool, sound asleep, sat a big Dormouse, all in a heap. Trembled the wee elf, frightened, and yet fearing to fly away, lest he got wet. To the next shelter, maybe a mile, sudden the wee elf smiled a wee smile, tugged till the toadstool toppled in two. Holding it over him, gaily he flew. Soon he was safe home, dry as could be. Soon woke the Dormouse, good gracious me! Where is my toadstool? Loud he lamented. And that's how umbrellas first were invented. Oliver Herford. Meg Merrilees. Old Meg, she was a gypsy, and lived upon the moors. Her bed it was the brown heath turf, and her house was out of doors. Her apples were swart blackberries, her currants pods o' broom. Her wine was dew of the wild white rose, her book a churchyard tomb. Her brothers were the craggy hills, her sisters larchen trees. Alone with her great family, she lived as she did please. No breakfast had she many a morn, no dinner many a noon. Instead of supper she would stare full hard against the moon. But every morning of woodbine fresh she made her garland ding, and every night the darkland new she wore, and she would sing. And with her fingers old and brown she plaited mats of rushes, and gave them to the cottagers she met among the bushes. Old Meg was brave as Margaret Queen, and tall as Amazon, An old red blanket cloak she wore, a ship hat had she on. God rest her age bode somewhere, she died full long agone. John Keats. Romance. I saw a ship a sailing on the sea. Her masts were of the shining gold, her deck of ivory, and sails of silk, as soft as milk, and silvern shrouds had she. And round about her sailing, the sea was sparkling white. The waves all clapped their hands and sang to see so fair a sight. They kissed her twice, they kissed her thrice, and murmured with delight. Then came the gallant captain, and stood upon the deck, in velvet coat and ruffles white, without a spot or speck, and diamond rings and triple strings of pearls around his neck. And 24 sailors were round him bowing low, on every jacket 3 times 3 gold buttons in a row, and cutlasses down to their knees they made a godly show. And then the ship was sailing, a sailing o'er the sea. She dived beyond the setting sun, but never back came she. For she found the lands of the golden sands, where the pearls and diamonds be. Gabriel Setoun. The Cowboy's Song. Mooly cow, home from the wood. They sent me to fetch you as fast as I could. The sun has gone down, it is time to go home. Mooly cow, why don't you come? Your udders are full, and the milkmaid is there, and the children are waiting their supper to share. I have let the long bars down, why don't you pass through? The mooly cow only said moo. Mooly cow, have you not been regaling all day where the pastures are green? No doubt it was pleasant, dear Mooly, to see the clear running brook and the wide spreading tree, the clover to crop and the streamlet to wade, to drink the cool water and lie in the shade. But now it is night, they are waiting for you. The mooly cow only said moo. Mooly cow, where do you go when all the green pastures are covered with snow? You go to the barn and we feed you with hay, and the maid goes to milk you there every day. She speaks to you kindly and sits by your side. She pats you, she loves you, she strokes your sleek hide. Then come along home, pretty mooly cow, do. But the mooly cow only said moo. Mooly cow, whisking your tail, the milkmaid is waiting, I say, with a pail. She tucks up her petticoats, tidy and neat, and places the 3-legged stool for her seat. What can you be staring at, Mooly? You know that we ought to have gone home an hour ago. How dark is it growing? Oh, what shall I do? The mooly cow only said moo. Anna M. Wells. End of chapter 8. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter 9 of the Posy Ring, a book of verse for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bedtime Poems. When the golden day is done, through the closing portal, child and garden, flower and sun, vanish all things mortal. Robert Louis Stevenson. Odd Daddy Darkness. Odd Daddy Darkness creeps frae his hole, Black as a blackamoor, blin as a mole. Stir the fire till it lows, let the bairnie sit. Aw, Daddy Darkness is no wanted yet. See him in the corners, hidin' frae the light. See him at the window, gloomin' at the night. Turn up the gaslight, close the shutters and aw Daddy Darkness will flee far awa'. Awa' to hide the birdie within its cozy nest. Awa' to lap the wee floors on their mother's breast. Awa' to loosen Gaffer Toil frae his daily care. For aw Daddy Darkness is kindly to He comes when we're weary to wean frae our ways. He comes when the bairnies are getting off their clays, to cover them sae cozy and bring bonny dreams. So aw Daddy Darkness is better than he seems. Steek your een, my wee toat, you'll see Daddy then. He's in below the bedcase to cuddle ye he's fain. Noo nestle in his bosie, sleep and dream your fill, till wee Davy Daylight comes keekin' o'er the hill. James Ferguson. Wiccan, Blicken, and Nod. Wiccan, Blicken, and Nod one night sailed off in a wooden shoe, sailed on a river of crystal light, into a sea of dew. "Where are you going, and what do you wish?" the old moon asked the three. "We have come to fish for the herring fish that live in this beautiful sea." "Nets of silver and gold have we," said Wiccan, Blicken, and Nod. The old moon laughed and sang a song, as they rocked in the wooden shoe, and the wind that sped them all night long ruffled the waves of dew. The little stars were the herring fish that lived in that beautiful sea. "Now cast your nets wherever you wish, never a fear are we." So cried the stars to the fishermen three, Winkin, Blinkin, and Nod. All night long their nets they threw to the stars in the twinkling foam. Then down from the skies came the wooden shoe, bringing the fishermen home. 'Twas all so pretty a sail it seemed as if it could not be, and some folks thought 'twas a dream they dreamed of sailing that beautiful sea. But I shall name you the fishermen three, Winkin, Blinkin, and Nod. Winkin and Blinkin are two little eyes, and Nod is a little head, and the wooden shoe that sailed the skies is a wee one's trundle bed. So shut your eyes while mother sings of wonderful sights that be, and you shall see the beautiful things as you rock in the misty sea, where the old shoe rocked the fishermen three, Winkin, Blinkin, and Nod. Eugene Field. Rockabye Lullaby. Rockabye lullaby, bees on the clover, crooning so drowsily, crying so low. Rockabye lullaby, dear little rover, down into Wonderland, down to the Underland, go, oh go, down into Wonderland go. Rockabye lullaby, rain on the clover, tears on the eyelids that struggle and weep. Rockabye lullaby, bending it over, down on the mother world, down on the other world, sleep, oh sleep, down on the mother world, sleep. Rockabye lullaby, dew on the clover, dew on the eyes that will sparkle at dawn. Rockabye lullaby, dear little rover, into the silly world, into the lily world, gone, oh gone, into the lily world, gone. Josiah Gilbert Holland. Sleep, my treasure. Sleep, sleep, my treasure, the long day's pleasure Has tired the birds, to their nests they creep. The garden still is alight with lilies, but all the daisies are fast asleep. Sleep, sleep, my darling, dawn wakes the starling. The sparrow stirs when he sees day break, but all the meadow is wrapped in shadow, and you must sleep till the daisies wake. E. Nesbit. Lullaby of an Infant Chief. O hush thee, my baby, thy sire was a knight, thy mother a lady, both lovely and bright. The woods and the glens from the tower which we see, they all are belonging, dear baby, to thee. O fear not the bugle, though loudly it blows, it calls but the warders that guard thy repose. Their bows would be bended, their blades would be red, ere the step of a foeman draws near to thy bed. O hush thee, my baby, the time will soon come, when thy sleep shall be broken by trumpet and drum. Then hush thee, my darling, take rest while you may, for strife comes with manhood, and waking with day. Sir Walter Scott. Sweet and low. Sweet and low, sweet and low, wind of the western sea. Low, low, breathe and blow, wind of the western sea. Over the rolling waters go, come from the dying moon and blow. Blow him again to me, while my little one, while my pretty one sleeps. Sleep and rest, sleep and rest. Father will come to thee soon. Rest, rest on mother's breast. Father will come to thee soon. Father will come to his babe in the nest. Silver sails all out of the west, under the silver moon. Sleep, my little one, sleep, my pretty one, sleep. Alfred, Lord Tennyson. Old Gaelic Lullaby. Hush, the waves are rolling in, white with foam, white with foam. Father toils amid the din, but baby sleeps at home. Hush, the winds roar hoarse and deep, on they come, on they come. Brother seeks the wandering sheep, but baby sleeps at home. Hush, the rains sweep o'er the knowes, where they roam, where they roam. Sister goes to seek the cows, but baby sleeps at home. Unknown. The Sandman. The rosy clouds float overhead, the sun is going down, and now the Sandman's gentle tread comes stealing through the town. white sand, he softly cries, and as he shakes his hand, straightway there lies on baby's eyes his gift of shining sand. Blue eyes, gray eyes, black eyes, and brown, as shuts the rose, they softly close when he goes through the town. From sunny beaches far away, yes, in another land, he gathers up at break of day his store of shining sand. No tempest beat that shore remote, no ships may sail that way. His little boat alone may float within that lovely bay. Blue eyes, gray eyes, black eyes, and brown, as shuts the rose, they softly close when he goes through the town. He smiles to see the eyelids close above the happy eyes, and every child right well he knows, oh, he is very wise. But if as he goes through the land a naughty baby cries, his other hand takes dull gray sand to close the wakeful eyes. Blue eyes, gray eyes, black eyes, and brown, as shuts the rose, they softly close when he goes through the town. So when you hear the Sandman's song sound through the twilight street, Be sure you do not keep him long, a-waiting on the street. Lie softly down, dear little head, rest quiet, busy hands, till, by your bed, his good night said, he strews the shining sands. Blue eyes, gray eyes, black eyes, and brown, as shuts the rose, they softly close, when he goes through the town. Margaret Vandergrift. The cottager to her infant. The days are cold, the nights are long, the north wind sings a doleful song. Then hush again upon my breast, all merry things are now at rest, save thee, my pretty love. The kitten sleeps upon the hearth, the crickets long have ceased their mirth. There's nothing stirring in the house, save one wee, hungry, nibbling mouse. Then why so busy thou? Nay, start not at that sparkling light, 'tis but the moon that shines so bright. On the window pane, bedropped with rain, there, little darling, sleep again, and wake when it is day. Dorothy Wordsworth. A charm to call sleep. Sleep, sleep, come to me, sleep. Come to my blankets and come to my bed. Come to my legs and my arms and my head. Over me, under me, into me creep. Sleep, sleep, come to me, sleep. Blow on my face like a soft breath of air. Lay your cool hand on my forehead and hair. Carry me down through the dream waters deep. Sleep, sleep, come to me, sleep. Tell me the secrets that you alone know. Show me the wonders none other can show. Open the box where your treasures you keep. Sleep, sleep, come to me, sleep. Softly I call you, as soft and as slow. Come to me, cuddle me, stay with me so. Stay till the dawn is beginning to peep. Henry Johnson. Night. The snow is white, the wind is cold. The king has sent for my 3-year-old. Bring the pony and shoe him fast, with silver shoes that were made to last. Bring the saddle trim with gold. Put foot in stirrup, my 3-year-old. Jump in the saddle, away, away, and hurry back by the break of day. By break of day, through dale and dawn, and bring me the news from Slumber Town. Mary F. Butts. Bedtime. 'Tis bedtime, say your hymn, and bid good night. God bless Mamma, Papa, and dear ones all. Your half-shut eyes beneath your eyelids fall. Another minute you will shut them quite. Yes, I will carry you, put out the light, and tuck you up, although you are so tall. What will you give me, sleeping one, and call my wages if I settle you all right? I laid her golden curls upon my arm. I drew her little feet within my hand. Her rosy palms were joined in trustful bliss. Her heart next mine beat gently, soft and warm. She nestled to me, and, by love's command, paid me my precious wages, baby's kiss. Lord Rosslyn. Nightfall in Dorideck. The mill goes toiling slowly around, with steady and solemn creak, and my little one hears in the kindly sound the voice of the old mill speak, while round and round those big white wings grimly and ghost-like creep. My little one hears that the old mill sings, "Sleep, little tulips, sleep." And sails are reefed and the nets are drawn, and over his pot of beer the fisher against the morrow's dawn lustily maketh cheer. He mocks at the winds that caper along from the far off clamorous deep. But we love their lullaby song of sleep, little tulip, sleep. Old dog Fritz in slumber sound groans of the stony mart. Tomorrow how proudly he'll trot you round, hitched to our new milk cart. And you shall help me blanket the kine, and fold the gentle sheep, and set the herring a soak in brine. But now, little tulip, sleep. A dream one comes to button the eyes that wearily droop and blink, while the old mill buffets the frowning skies and scolds at the stars that wink. Over your face the misty wings of that beautiful dream once sweep, and rocking your cradle she softly sings, "Sleep, little tulip, sleep." Eugene Field. End of chapter 9. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 10 of the Posy Ring. A book of verse for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. For Sunday's Child Poems. Sunday's child is full of grace. Old proverb. All things bright and beautiful. All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful, the Lord God made them all. Each little flower that opens, each little bird that sings, He made their glowing colors, He made their tiny wings. The rich man in his castle, the poor man at his gate, God made them high or lowly, and ordered their estate. The purple-headed mountain, the river running by, the sunset and the morning that brightens up the sky, the cold wind in the winter, the pleasant summer sun, the ripe fruits in the garden, He made them every one. The tall trees in the greenwood, the meadows where we play, the rushes by the water we gather every day. He gave us eyes to see them, and lips that we might tell how great is God Almighty, who has made all things well. Cecil Francis Alexander. The Still Small Voice. Wee Sandy in the corner sits greeting on a stool, and Sarah the Lady Ruse playing truant frae the school. Then you'll learn frae silly Sandy what's gotten sick a fright, to do nothing through the day that may gar ye greet at night. He durstna venture home now, nor play though e'er so fine, and ilka an he met wi, he thought them sure to ken, and started at ilk bush, though it was braid daylight. Say do nothing through the day that may gar ye greet at night. Well winna be advised, are sure to rue ere lang, and muckle pains it costs them to do the thing that's wrang. When they we hath the fast shot, might a be in the right, and do nothing through the day that would gar them greet o' night. What fools are wilful bairns, who's misbehave fra home! There's something in the breast day that tells them they're to blame, and then when comes the gloamin', they're in a waeful plight. Say do nothing through the day that may gar ye greet at night. Alexander Smart. The Camel's Nose. Once in his shop a workman wrought, with languid head and listless thought, when through the open window space, behold, a camel thrust his face. "My nose is cold," he meekly cried, "Oh, let me warm it by thy side." Since no denial word was said, in came the nose, in came the head. As sure as sermon follows text, the long and scraggly neck came next. And then, as falls the threatening storm, in leaped the whole ungainly form. Aghast the owner gazed around, and on the rude invader frowned. Convinced, as closer still he pressed, there was no room for such a guest. Yet more astonished, heard him say, "If thou art troubled, go away, for in this place I choose to stay." O youthful hearts to gladness born, treat not this Arab lore with scorn. To evil habits, earliest while, lend neither ear, nor glance, nor smile. Choke the dark fountain ere it flows, nor in admit the camel's nose. Lydia H. Sigourney. A Child's Grace. Some hae meat and canna eat, and some wad eat that want it. But we have meat and we can eat, and say the Lord be thankit. Robert Burns. A Child's Thought of God. They say that God lives very high, but if you look above the pines, you cannot see our God, and why? If you dig down in the mines, you never see him in the gold, though from him all that's glory shines. God is so good, he wears a fold of heaven and earth across his face, like secrets kept for love untold. But still I feel that his embrace slides down by thrills through all things made, through sight and sound of every place, as if my tender mother laid on my shut lids her kisses' pressure, half waking me at night, and said, "Who kissed you through the dark, dear guesser?" Elizabeth Barrett Browning. The Lamb. Little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? Give thee life and bade thee feed by the stream and o'er the mead, gave thee clothing of delight, softest clothing, woolly bright, gave thee such a tender voice, making all the vales rejoice. Little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? Little lamb, I'll tell thee. Little lamb, I'll tell thee. He is called by thy name, for he calls himself a lamb. He is meek and he is mild. He became a little child. I a child and thou a lamb. We are called by his name. Little lamb, God bless thee. Little lamb, God bless thee. William Blake. Night and Day. When I run about all day, when I kneel at night to pray, God sees. When I'm dreaming in the dark, when I lie awake and hark, God sees. Need I ever know a fear? Night and day my Father's near. God sees. Mary Mapes Dodge. High and Low. The showers fall as softly upon the lowly grass as on the stately roses that trample as they pass. The sunlight shines as brightly on fern leaves bent and torn as on the golden harvest, the fields of waving corn. The wild birds sing as sweetly to rugged jagged pines as to the blossom orchards and to the cultured vines. Dora Reed Goodale. By cool Siloam's shady rill. By cool Siloam's shady rill, how sweet the lily grows, how sweet the breath beneath the hill of Sharon's dewy rose. Lo, such the child whose early feet the paths of peace have trod, whose secret heart with influence sweet is upward drawn to God. Reginald Herber.
Sheep and lambs. All in the April morning, April airs were abroad. The sheep with their little lambs passed me on the road. The sheep with their little lambs passed me by on the road. All in an April evening, I thought on the Lamb of God. The lambs were weary and crying, with a weak human cry. I thought on the Lamb of God, going meekly to die. Up in the blue, blue mountains, dewy pastures are sweet. Rest for the little bodies, rest for the little feet. All in the April evening, April airs were abroad. I saw the sheep with their lambs, and thought on the Lamb of God. Catherine Tyan Hinkson. To a Saviour, a child, a present by a child. Go, pretty child, and bear this flower unto thy little Saviour, and tell him by that bud now blown, he is the Rose of Sharon known. When thou hast said so, stick it there, upon his bib or stomacher, and tell him, for good Hansel too, that thou hast brought a whistle new, made of a clean straight oaten reed, to charm his cries at time of need. Tell him, for quarrel thou hast none, but if thou hadst, he should have won. But poor thou art, and known to be even as moneyless as he. Lastly, if thou canst win a kiss from those mellifluous lips of his, then never take a second on to spoil the first impression. Robert Herrick. What would you see? What would you see if I took you up to my little nest in the air? You would see the sky like a clear blue cup, turned upside downwards there. What would you do if I took you there, to my little nest in the tree? My child with cries would trouble the air, to get what she could but see. What would you get in the top of the tree, for all your crying and grief? Not a star would you clutch of all you see, you could only gather a leaf. But when you had lost your greedy grief, content to see from afar, you would find in your hand a withering leaf, in your heart a shining star. George MacDonald. Cornfields. When on the breath of autumn's breeze, from pastures dry and brown, goes floating like an idle thought, the fair white thistle down. Oh, then what joy to walk at will upon the golden harvest hill! What joy in dreaming ease to lie amid a field new shorn, and see all round on sunlit slopes the piled up shocks of corn, and send the fancy wandering o'er all pleasant harvest fields of yore. I feel the day, I see the field, the quivering of the leaves, and good old Jacob and his horse binding the yellow sheaves. And at this very hour I seem to be with Joseph in his dream. I see the fields of Bethlehem, and reapers many a one, bending unto their sickles' stroke, and bows looking on, and Ruth the Moabitess fair, among the gleaners stooping there. Again I see a little child, his mother's sole delight, God's living gift of love unto the kind, good Shunammite. To mortal pains I see him yield, and the lad bear him from the field. The sun-bathed quiet of the hills, the fields of Galilee, that 1800 years ago were full of corn I see, and dear Saviour take his way mid ripe ears on the Sabbath day. O golden fields of bending corn, how beautiful they seem! The reaper folk, the piled up sheaves, to me are like a dream. The sunshine and the very air seem of old time and take me there. Mary Howitt. Little Crystal. 1. Solely forth from the village church, the voice of the choristers hushed overhead, came little Crystal. She paused in the porch, pondering what the preacher had said. Even the youngest, humblest child something may do to please the Lord. Now what, thought she, and half sadly smiled, can I, so little and poor, afford? Never, never a day should pass without some kindness kindly shown. The preacher said. Then down to the grass a skylark dropped, like a brown-winged stone. Well, a day is before me now, yet what, thought she, can I do if I try? If an angel of God would show me how! But silly am I, and the hours they fly. Then the lark sprang singing up from the sod, and the maiden thought, as he rose to the blue, he says he will carry my prayer to God. But who would have thought the little lark knew? 2. Now she entered the village street, with book in hand and face demure, and soon she came with sober feet to a crying babe at a cottage door. It wept at a windmill that would not move, it puffed with round red cheeks in vain. One sail struck fast in a puzzling groove, and baby's breath could not stir it again. So baby beat the sail and cried, while no one came from the cottage door. But little Crystal knelt down by its side, and set the windmill going once more. Then babe was pleased, and the little girl was glad when she heard it laugh and crow, thinking, happy windmill, that has but to whirl, to please the pretty young creature so. 3. No thought of herself was in her head, as she passed out at the end of the street, and came to a rose tree tall and red, drooping and faint with the summer heat. She ran to a brook that was flowing by. She made of her 2 hands a nice round cup, and washed the roots of the rose tree high, till it lifted its languid blossoms up. Oh, happy brook, thought little Crystal, you have done some good this summer's day. You have made the flowers look fresh and well. Then she rose and went on her way. William Brightly Rands. A Child's Prayer. God, make my life a little light, within the world to glow, a tiny flame that burneth bright, wherever I may go. God, make my life a little flower, that bringeth joy to all, content to bloom in native bower, although its place be small. God, make my life a little song, that comforteth the sad, that helpeth others to be strong, and makes the singer glad. M. Bethan Edwards. End of chapter 10. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Chapter number 11 of the Posy Ring, a book of verse for children by various authors. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Bells of Christmas Poems. Then let the holly red be hung, and all the sweetest carols sung, while we with joy remember them, the journeyers to Bethlehem. Frank Dempster Sherman. The Adoration of the Wise Men. Saw you never in the twilight,
when the sun had left the skies. Up in heaven the clear stars shining through the gloom like silver eyes. So of old the wise men watching saw a little stranger star, and they knew the king was given, and they followed it from far. Heard you never of the story, how they crossed the desert wild, journeyed on by plain and mountain, till they found the Holy Child? How they opened all their treasure, kneeling to that infant king, gave the gold and fragrant incense, gave the myrrh in offering? Know ye not that lowly baby was the bright and morning star, he who came to light the Gentiles and the darkened isle afar? And we too may seek his cradle, there our hearts' best treasures bring, love and faith and true devotion for our Saviour, God and King. Cecil Francis Alexander. Cradle Hymn. Hush, my dear, lie still and slumber, holy angels guard thy bed, heavenly blessings without number, gently falling on thy head. Sleep, my babe, thy food and raiment, house and home thy friends provide, all without thy care or payment, all thy wants are well supplied. How much better thou'rt attended than the Son of God could be, when from heaven he descended, and became a child like thee. Soft and easy is thy cradle, coarse and hard thy Saviour lay, when his birthplace was a stable, and his softest bed was hay. See the kindly shepherds round him, telling wonders from the sky. When they sought him, there they found him, with his virgin mother by. See the lovely babe addressing, lovely infant, how he smiled, when he wept the mother's blessing, soothed and hushed the holy child. Lo, he slumbers in his manger, where the honest oxen fed. Peace, my darling, here's no danger, here's no ox anear thy bed. Mayest thou live to know and fear him, trust and love him all thy days. Then go dwell for ever near him, see his face and sing his praise. I could give thee 1,000 kisses, hoping what I most desire. Not a mother's fondest wishes can to greater joys aspire. Isaac Watts. The Christmas Silence. Hushed are the pigeons cooing low on dusty rafters of the loft, and mild-eyed oxen breathing soft sleep on the fragrant hay below. Dim shadows in the corner hide, the glimmering lantern's rays are shed, where one young lamb just lifts his head, then huddles 'gainst his mother's side. Strange silence tingles in the air, through the half-open door a bar of light from one low-hanging star touches a baby's radiant hair. No sound, the mother kneeling lays her cheek against the little face. O human love, O heavenly grace, 'tis yet in silence that she prays. Ages of silence end tonight, then to the long expectant earth glad angels come to greet his birth in burst of music, love and light. Margaret Deland. An Offertory. Oh, the beauty of the Christ child, the gentleness, the grace, the smiling, loving tenderness, the infantile embrace. All babyhood he holdeth, all motherhood enfoldeth, yet who hath seen his face? Oh, the nearness of the Christ child, when, for a sacred space, he nestles in our very homes, light of the human race. We know him and we love him, no man to us need prove him, Yet who hath seen his face? Maple Mapes Dodge. Christmas Song. Why do bells for Christmas ring? Why do little children sing? Once a lovely shining star, seen by shepherds from afar, gently moved until its light made a manger cradle bright. There a darling baby lay, pillowed soft upon the hay, and his mother sang and smiled, "This is Christ, the Holy Child." So the bells for Christmas ring, so the little children sing. Lydia Avery Coonley Ward. A Visit from St. Nicholas. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And mamma in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutter, and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave a lustre of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky. So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with a sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head, and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur, from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes how they twinkled, his dimples how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and little round belly, that shook when he laughed like a bowlful of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew, like the down of a thistle. But I heard him explain, ere they drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." Clement C. Moore. The Christmas Trees. There's a stir among the trees, there's a whisper in the breeze, little ice points clash and clink, little needles nod and wink, sturdy fir trees sway and sigh, here am I, here am I. All the summer long I stood in the silence of the woods, tall and tapering I grew, what might happen well I knew, for one day a little bird sang, and in the song I heard Many things quite strange to me of Christmas and the Christmas tree. When the sun was hid from sight in the darkness of the night, when the wind with sudden fret pulled at my green coronet, staunch I stood and hid my fears, weeping silent, fragrant tears, praying still that I might be fitted for a Christmas tree. Now here we stand on every hand, in us a hoard of summer stored. Birds have flown over us, blue sky has covered us, soft winds have sung to us, blossoms have flung to us, measureless sweetness, now in completeness we wait. Mary F. Butts. A birthday gift. What can I give him, poor as I am? If I were a shepherd, I would bring a lamb. If I were a wise man, I would do my part. Yet what can I give him? Give my heart. Christina Rossetti. A Christmas Lullaby. Sleep, baby, sleep, the mother sings. Heaven's angels kneel and fold their wings. Sleep, baby, sleep. With swathes of scented hay thy bed by Mary's hand at eve was spread. Sleep, baby, sleep. At midnight came the shepherds, they whom Surath wakened by the way. Sleep, baby, sleep. And 3 kings from the east afar, drawn came, guided by the star. Sleep, baby, sleep. They brought 3 gifts of gold and gems, pure orient pearls, rich diadems. Sleep, baby, sleep. But thou who liest slumbering there, art King of kings, earth, ocean, air. Sleep, baby, sleep. Sleep, baby, sleep, the shepherds sing. Through heaven, through earth, hosannas ring. Sleep, baby, sleep. John Addington Symonds. I saw 3 ships. I saw 3 ships come sailing in. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day, I saw 3 ships come sailing in. On Christmas Day in the morning. Pray whither sailed those ships all 3? On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. Pray whither sailed those ships all 3? On Christmas Day in the morning. Oh, they sailed into Bethlehem. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. Oh, they sailed into Bethlehem. On Christmas Day in the morning. And all the bells on earth shall ring on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the bells on earth shall ring on Christmas Day in the morning. And all the angels in heaven shall sing on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the angels in heaven shall sing on Christmas Day in the morning. And all the souls on earth shall sing on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the souls on earth shall sing on Christmas Day in the morning. Old Carol. Santa Claus. He comes in the night, he comes in the night, he softly, silently comes, while the little brown heads on the pillows so white are dreaming of bugles and drums. He cuts through the snow like a ship through the foam, while the white flakes around him whirl. Who tells him I know not, but he findeth the home of each good little boy and girl. His sleigh it is long and deep and wide, it will carry a host of things, while dozens of drums hang over the side, with the sticks sticking under the strings. And yet not a sound of a drum is heard, not a bugle blast is blown, as he mounts to the chimney top like a bird, and drops to the hearth like a stone. The little red stockings he silently fills, till the stockings will hold no more. The bright little sleds for the great snow hills are quickly set down on the floor. Then Santa Claus mounts to the roof like a bird, and glides to his seat in the sleigh. Not the sound of a bugle or drum is heard as he noiselessly gallops away. He rides to the east and he rides to the west. Of his goodies he touches not one. He eateth the crumbs of the Christmas feast when the dear little folks are done. Old Santa Claus doeth all that he can. This beautiful mission is his. Then, children, be good to the little old man when you find who the little man is. Unknown. Neighbors of the Christ Night. Deep in the shelter of the cave, the ass with drooping head stood weary in the shadow where his master's hand had led. About the manger oxen lay, bending a wide-eyed gaze upon the little new-born babe, half worship, half amaze. High in the roof the doves were set, and cooed there, soft and mild, yet not so sweet as, in the hay, the mother to her child. The gentle cows breathe fragrant breath to keep babe Jesus warm, while loud and clear, o'er hill and dale, the cocks crowed, Christ is born. Out in the fields, beneath the stars, the young lambs sleeping lay, and dreamed that in the manger slept another white as they. These were thy neighbors, Christmas child, to thee their love was given, for in thy baby face there shone the wonder light of heaven. Nora Archibald Smith. Cradle Hymn. Away in a manger, no crib for a bed, the little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the bright sky looked down where he lay, the little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. The cattle are lowing, the baby awakes, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky, and stay by my cradle till morning is nigh. Martin Luther. The Christmas Holly. The holly, oh twine it with bay. Come give the holly a song, for it helps to drive stern winter away. With his garments so somber and long, it peeps through the trees with its berries of red, and its leaves of burnished green. When the flowers and fruits have long been dead, and not even the daisy is seen, then sing to the holly, the Christmas holly, that hangs over peasant and king, while we laugh and carouse neath its glittering boughs, to the Christmas holly we'll sing. Eliza Cook. Say I to myself, here's a chance for me, the Lilliput laureate for to be, and these are the specimens I sent in to Pinafore Palace, shall I win? William Brighty Rands. End of chapter 11. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of the Posy Ring, a book of verse for children by various authors.